You're not ruling the first bracket of order.
Pardon me?
You're just ruling the second.
Good morning. I'm Gord Perks. I'm the chair of the Planning and Housing Committee. We have quorum, and I am calling meeting 16 to order. Welcome, everybody. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Planning and Housing Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call the speakers in the order that they appear on the list. The list can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda material on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, we will proceed. Okay. Can I have a motion to confirm the minutes for our September 26, 2024 meeting? Councillor Bradford, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, there are two items that have been submitted for new business. I'm going to ask that we deal with them one at a time. Can I have a motion to introduce PH 16.12, City Comments on Proposed Amendments to the Ontario Regulation 299/19, Additional Residential Units made under the Planning Act? Councillor Thompson is moving to introduce that. All those in favour? Members, I've also received a letter from Councillor Bradford to introduce another item, building more missing middle, addressing gaps in multiplex permissions and development charge exemptions. Members, I've reviewed this and I confess I have a concern. There are two different issues dealt with in this. One is having to do with multiplex permissions, but the other deals with the development charges bylaw. The development charges bylaw does not properly come to this committee. It's a matter for executive committee. So I'm going to suggest that, Councillor, you can either withdraw this and amend it and resubmit it with only the item relative to planning and housing, or else I'm going to ask members to vote against introducing it. What would you prefer? I've consulted with the clerk, and the clerk has agreed that the development charges bylaw properly is an executive committee matter.
Okay, why don't we stand it down?
Stand it down, we'll talk about it some more? Sure. Okay. Let's do the agenda rundown. PH 16.1, Housing Action Plan, as of right zoning for mid-rise buildings on avenues and updated rear transition performance standards, final report. We have 2 deputants, so we'll hold that. Low-rise residential lands in Toronto, in the Toronto East York District of City of Toronto, zoning bylaw 56.9 to 2013. We have a deputant. 16.3, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, Beech's East York pilot project, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, decision report for approval. Councillor Bradford, we don't have any deputants. Would you like to move that? 16.3, the Beech's pilot?
Hold that down.
Hold that in Councillor Bradford's name. Item 16.4, implementing a rental renoviction license bylaw to address renovictions. We have deputants. Item 16.5, development review timeline metrics, Q4 2024. Someone want to move that? Councillor Nunziata, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 16.6, authority to enter into municipal housing facility agreements under the Community Housing Partnership Renewal Program. Does anyone want to move that? Councillor Nunziata, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item PH 16.7, tenancy update, Beech Hall Housing Cooperative and Alexandra Park Housing Cooperative.
Yeah, can I, this is my item, and if I can just get a moment to thank staff for bringing forward the extension of the lease, and we do have a letter from the board, from the seniors at Beech Hall, so I just want to thank staff for extending that lease and so we can move forward.
Good work all around. Thanks to everyone. All those in favor, I'm going to assume you're moving it. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 16.8, McCleary District Precinct Study Plan Update. Okay, I can hear Councillor Fletcher cheering outside, so I'll hold this in her name just in case, but I don't think there's an issue. Item 16.9, updates on the implementation of Bill 23 amendments to the Ontario Heritage Act. Does anyone wish to hold that?
That's an information piece. It's there to be.
It's here for information, so I'll just move
A motion to receive.
receipt. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 16.10, 28 Halton Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Does anyone wish to hold that? No? Can I have a motion? Councillor Thompson, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 16.11, 630 Spadina Avenue, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Does anyone wish to hold that? No? Can I have a motion? Councillor Matlow, you look like you would like to move this. You've got that expression on your face. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Members, I'm going to hold 1612 so that members have an opportunity to read it before we debate it. Okay, two organizational issues. First, members, I've been asked if we could move the lunch break up to 12 until 1. There's a housing announcement that the mayor wants to make at noon, and it has to be scheduled then to fit some intergovernmental issues. So I'm going to move that we shift the lunch break so that it runs from 12 until 1. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. I've also, okay, so did we hold 3? We did. Councillor Bradford, can we, would it be okay with you, given that you've held 3, that we consider the Renoviction bylaw before we get to it? Because there's roughly 15. It's just Councillor Fletcher, who has an interest in it, has asked if we can deal with it before lunch. I understand that. I'm trying to sort. I've had a request from a member that we deal with an item before lunch. I have the 2 statutory meetings with deputants, so I want to get them out of the way for the convenience of deputants. And the next item with deputants is the Renoviction bylaw. I don't want to do 3 minutes on speakers because we have, you know, if we had 40 deputants, I'd consider it, but we don't. Well, I'm gonna put the motion that we consider item 16.4 right after we consider item 16.2. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Bradford, are you opposed? Are you asking for a recorded vote or not? Okay, so the item carries. So we'll do them in that order. All right. With that being the case, that takes us to PH 16.1, Housing Action Plan, as of right zoning for mid-rise buildings on avenues and update rear transition performance standards. Final report. We have 2 deputants. First is Connor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. You have 5 minutes. You can begin when you're ready.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to committee members and all others in attendance this morning. My name is Connor Wright, planner with Zelenka Priamo Limited, here on behalf of Canadian Tire Corporation Limited. On behalf of Canadian Tire, we've been monitoring the Housing Action Plan initiatives, including this as-of-right zoning project, which is here before you this morning. So the proposed zoning, as you know, affects properties throughout the city, but includes Canadian Tire's store at 2850 Kingston Road, which is, like I said, currently developed with a Canadian Tire store. For this property, the proposed zoning includes height permissions of up to 36 meters, or roughly 11 stories, and a maximum commercial FSI of 6.7. However, it notably excludes residential use permission, so a residential floor space index permission of 0.0. So upon review of this, we looked at the project more broadly, and our team found that of the total 345 impacted properties, 47 of them had the same issue of no residential permissions, meaning site-specific rezoning after this project would still be required for any housing projects on any of those properties. On the contrary, a commercial or office 11-story building, for instance, would be permitted as of right. So as you can see, it's our opinion here that for these 47 properties, the project does not remove the barriers to housing as per the stated goal. The stated reasoning for this exclusion, as was written in the staff report, is the provincial planning statement policies relating to compatibility. So it's clear that for any property that does not currently have residential permissions in the zoning under the existing zoning bylaw, which is often the case because of sort of out-of-date zoning properties or zoning for a lot of these properties, residential uses were not permitted through this process. So we disagree with the approach for a few reasons. And first of all of these 47 properties, in fact, all properties included in the study, are designated as mixed-use areas in the official plan, which are intended to permit a broad range of commercial, institutional, but most importantly, for this point, residential uses. So despite the out-of-date existing zoning, it's the clear intent of the OP, the official plan, that mixed-use areas would be developed with mixed uses, predominantly in the form of commercial at grade and residential in the stories above. So to conform with the official plan, the implementing zoning should permit these uses, including residential. It's also worth noting the PPS policies on this matter, which direct planning authorities to permit and facilitate residential intensification, including on underutilized commercial sites, such as the 2850 Kingston site. As well, the PPS has policies relating to ensuring planning authorities that keeping their zoning bylaws up to date with both their official plans and up to date with the PPS by establishing appropriate permitted uses. So the proposed zoning, in our view, is neither consistent with the PPS nor conforms with the OP, particularly when it comes to the residential use permissions. The second reason kind of for disagreeing with the rationale that staff took on this one is that we would suggest that the land use compatibility matters have been addressed at a high level through the official plan policies by way of designating properties mixed use areas. As well, land use compatibility can certainly be addressed through site plan application, which would be required for any redevelopment on any of these 345 sites, whether they have residential permissions or not. So with this context, we would suggest that it's unnecessary to require yet another site-specific zoning bylaw afterwards to demonstrate land use compatibility or to determine the appropriate mitigation measures. And even in cases where compatibility concerns are identified, we would really question the purpose of the as-of-right zoning project if it must then be supplemented with almost a do-over, another applicant-initiated rezoning afterwards. And I should point out that nevertheless, in the case of 2850 Kingston Road, based on our review, there's no such potential compatibility issues as you might expect from an adjacent industrial lands or something of that nature. So just to conclude here with a request of committee, we would ask the committee to direct staff to revise the draft zoning bylaw by adding residential density permissions for 2850 Kingston Road and the other affected properties to support the housing action objective to provide as-of-right residential zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you so much for your deputation today, Connor. The next deputant I have listed is Kathy McDonald.
Yes. Yeah. Good morning. So I'm here today representing Fontra. I have a couple of points to make. First, our concern that people across the city are going to be affected by this bylaw. And what information do they really have about it? The final bylaw only came late Monday, and there are, changes that affect neighborhoods all across the city. In June, I made a deputation to say that the consultations in the fall should include diagrams and pictures of what these proposals should be. But that didn't happen. And I listened to the consultations, and it was, I don't know how people who weren't really aware about bylaw regulations, et cetera, could really understand what was happening. So we have a concern that people across the city don't know about this. So I guess the question is what to do about it. Our letter recommends having more consultations. I mean, also, there are other options about providing like a big ad in the paper or information to the public about what this is about so people will know. I mean, FONTRA is in support of it, so we want to make sure that people understand that this is important and you know, what's going to happen in their neighborhoods is a good idea. So that's sort of my first point. One point, change we would like to have you consider is regarding the rear setback. There's the setback for properties abutting open space, parks and open space is larger than the setback for properties that abut neighborhoods, and it's really abutting their backyards. And so my comment is they're both open space, and you know, why are the setbacks for parks bigger than the setbacks for abutting backyards? Yeah. So.
Thank you, Kathy. Are there any questions of Kathy? Councillor Matlow.
Hi, Kathy. No, thank you for your thoughtful deputation. If I'm hearing you correctly, you're not, in no way are you suggesting that FONTRA is expressing opposition.
No.
You just want residents to have some better understanding of what is happening.
Yes.
Given that it's a significant change.
Yes.
And so between now and council, do you think that perhaps there's an opportunity, given, I don't believe there's the appetite at this committee to defer this, but between now and council, would you be willing to perhaps, you know, work with us on some ideas on, I think you listed a couple, on just ways to sort of, you know, maybe through social media, other ways to get the word out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be very happy to.
Yeah, thank you. That's really helpful.
Okay.
Are there any other questions of the deputy? No? Kathy, thank you so much, as always. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Matlow.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Kathy McDonald from FONTRA just made, I think, you know, really thoughtful deputation where she said that FONTRA supports the recommendations, but she just wants Torontonians to be just better informed about what we are working on. Have you thought about, and if not, would you take on an undertaking to work on a strategy to inform Torontonians about these changes, whether it be through the city's social media, whether it be through something with diagram or, you know, pictures or diagrams that can be shared with FONTRA and others, et cetera?
Through the chair, it's Caroline Samuel, Acting Director of Zoning and Committee of Adjustment. Thank you for the question. I think that is something that staff could definitely consider if council and PHC were to adopt this item, to do additional communication about mid-rise and provide some more illustrations and information on what mid-rise is. There is some information already on the city webpage, but we can absolutely add to that.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And then just one other thing, just to follow up on what Kathy asked about with regard to the difference between the setbacks on open spaces and rear yards, and if you could just speak to that and what the thinking was.
Hello, it's Amelia Floro, and I'm the Director of Urban Design. And the relationship that we've been looking at, particularly with rear yards and parks that was mentioned in the deputant's comments, is that we're looking at public realm and the impacts on the public realm, on the streets and the parks and the open spaces, rather than on private lands. So that was the focus of this of these modifications.
Thank you.
Councillor Bradford, you had a question?
Thanks. Through you, is it fair to say that the purpose of this bylaw is to support the creation of more housing as part of the Housing Action Plan?
Through the chair, yes, generally that's the purpose, to enable more housing, to create a zoning bylaw that then provides opportunities for landowners to make decisions on whether to intensify their lands.
Great. So the bylaw proposes 358 properties for what we call as of right mid-rise zoning. Is that the same residential density or FSI being applied to all of those 358 properties?
No, the densities that are proposed vary depending on the heights that are proposed for the property. So there's a correlation in this case between the amount of height on a property, which varies based on the right-of-way width that the property fronts onto, and then therefore the amount of density that can fit within the building envelope.
Okay. So could you give the committee a sense of the 358 properties that have a residential density, how many of those have a residential density of 3.5 FSI or lower?
Through the chair, just give us a moment while we provide a reasonable number for that. If you have another question.
Well, my questions follow on that. I think the number is 135, if you want to confirm that, which would be 39%.
Does that sound realistic? That's certainly in the ballpark.
Certainly in the ballpark. Okay, so roughly 39% of the properties coming forward today have a proposed FSI lower than 3.5, just to clarify.
Through the chair, Councillor, we can provide that information. I just don't have it at my fingertips.
I should have teed that up a little better for you. Am I correct that the parcels that aren't currently zoned for residential density will not be granted residential density with this amendment today?
That's correct. The scope of work here was not to grant residential land use rights where they do not currently exist.
How many parcels does that apply to here?
Roughly 50.
Okay. And is it correct that the zoning bylaw amendment has the potential to unlock and increase, I think you're calling it 61,000 dwelling units?
Yes, based on our calculations, that's right.
So based on those calculations and what's in front of us, would we be able to unlock even more units by expanding residential permissions to lots not currently zoned residential, like commercial residential, CR, stuff like that?
Through the chair, I think that's difficult to say. Those sites were not provided residential zoning in the former bylaws for a variety of reasons, some of which relate to their planned function, some of which relate to their proximity to infrastructure corridors, some about their proximity to other industrial lands. Many of them are large retail properties that probably need further planning work, subdivision, or infrastructure support.
I agree that they would need additional planning work, but the question was just very simply, would we be able to unlock more units by expanding residential permissions that are not currently zoned residential? That's a pretty straightforward question.
Through the chair, I'm afraid, with all respect, I don't think that's straightforward. To unlock development potential on those sites, I don't think zoning itself would do that and might be insufficient.
I don't agree with that. Would you be willing to revisit residential permissions on some of those sites then as part of your mixed-use work stream over the next year?
Certainly that's possible. That would give us the opportunity to do the work that's required in order to determine what would in fact be required to unlock potential there.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Candeville, you had a question? Oh, he's there. Oh.
Yes. Thank you, Chair, and through you.
Councillor Candeville, could you speak closer to your microphone, perhaps?
Okay. How about now? Is this better?
Better.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Chair, just two questions to staff. And it's about servicing capacity. I know the bylaw is being designed to ensure there's adequate servicing capacity to support the increased density. Can staff expand on how this requirement will be implemented?
Through, excuse me, through the chair, this is something that we did look at and that the report does speak to. The zoning bylaw amendment requires a review of local servicing capacity if there's more than 10 dwelling units that are proposed. This is consistent with other zoning permissions that we brought forward, including major streets and the Midtown Villages zoning bylaw amendment.
Just to expand on that, how would that look like through the development review process when we see more applications hopefully coming through as a result?
Through the chair, essentially what that would mean is in order to obtain a building permit, a builder would need to obtain a clearance from Toronto Water to confirm that capacity is sufficient and that the building can be serviced by the water infrastructure. And without that confirmation, they would not be able to get the building permit. And instead, infrastructure upgrades would need to take place in order to ensure that the building would be livable once constructed.
Thank you. I think that's an important part of the bylaw amendments that we're passing today. And secondly, with the updated rear transition performance standards, how are they in support of the city's climate and sustainability goals?
Through the chair, my name is Rong Yu. I'm from City Planning Urban Design. And with the update of the rear transition, it's further simplify the build form, make the upper level of the building more double load corridor function, and that's will help to reduce the building material, reduce embodied carbon of the building, and also improve the efficiency of the energy efficiency and overall improve the sustainability of the mid-rise building design.
Thank you, staff. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other members with questions? I have a couple. First, to the acting chief planner, the first deputant Connor had some comments about properties that are designated in the OP as mixed use but have zoning permissions just for residential. Do you have any comments on the thoughts you raised during his deputation?
Yeah, through the chair, I did address that somewhat in my responses to Councillor Bradford on his questions. My point really is that there are examples of properties, especially in former Scarborough, that were granted commercial permissions and no residential permissions, and that's reflected in our current bylaw. And this particular study was meant to implement our existing policy framework to remove the need for site-specific transactions where permissions already exist and where our policies anticipate mid-rise residential development. So we did not intend to grant residential rights on properties that currently do not have residential rights. That's certainly something that we can address through our extensive ongoing work program related to avenues. And as I noted, I suspect that some of those properties are going to have certain complications that will need to be addressed to really unlock development potential.
Thanks. And on that theme, if I've understood you correctly, the scope of work here was quite narrow and specific. There may be other things we can do along avenues, but they would require additional study, additional consultation, and a more robust look before we take additional actions on avenues. That's correct. And anticipating some of those questions, that's why the supplementary report lays out the extensiveness of our work program on avenues. This is just one component. We do have greater ambitions on how to achieve intensification on our avenues and how to, and this report is a good example of this, how to make those decisions for new development less transactional and more based on comprehensive policy and permissions. Okay, the mayor has submitted some correspondence relevant to that supplementary with a suggestion that things be added to the work plan. Have you reviewed it? Is that something that would be compatible with your work plan? Yes, we've reviewed that, and it's very compatible, and there are very clear places in our work program where we can fit those requests into and bring recommendations back based on good information and study. Okay, good. Thank you very much. Anyone else with questions? No? We'll move then to speakers. I mentioned that the mayor had submitted a letter. Just a moment. Councillor Bradford, were you going to be moving the recommendations in the mayor's letter?
Yeah, I can speak.
I just want to make sure we got that. Okay, go ahead.
Great, thanks. As mentioned, I have a couple motions to move here. I don't know what order they're going to be in here. The first motion directs staff to go back and complete some extra work to increase our ambition on the avenues. And I've had conversations with the mayor's office about this, and we were able to sort of land with language here. The bottom line and the takeaway here is it's another report in front of us that incrementally moves us down the road, down the avenue, if you will, of providing more as-of-right permissions. But frankly, and I've shared these comments with staff and others, we need to do more. And when I expressed that with the mayor's office, there was agreement. So we're gonna have them come back to do some extra work on the mid-rise design guidelines back in December. We're gonna re-examine some of the older avenues that were approved to see if we can bring those rules up to some of the new permissions that we're setting. We're gonna have staff take another look at increasing height permissions on areas that have frequent transit, like in my part of town, Queen Street East, Councillor Park's part of town, Queen Street West, and other areas. The second motion here sort of responds to some of the questions and commentary from one of the deputants, my questions to staff, Councillor Perk's questions to staff, and it's the concerns around properties that have been left out of this phase of work. I realized that it was intentionally scoped, and you know, they weren't able to do everything in all one shot, so this is the direction to go back, review those properties that do not currently have residential permissions, do that work, as we heard. There's more work that needs to be done, so here's the direction, because right now they have very restricted residential permissions or no residential permissions. Yeah, everyone's cool with this. And of the properties that were examined, I think 15% included zero residential density proposed, and only 39% have the FSI over 4. So considering the purpose of the policy amendment and our objective to create more housing, I think that's a missed opportunity, and I'd like staff to do more work to fill that gap. But generally speaking, I would like to thank the team at City Planning for this this work in front of us. They've actually been going full gas, and it's a ton of work. We have a lot of avenues here in this city, and so when we asked them as part of the Housing Action Plan to go back and take a look at our avenue policy and increase our ambition, yeah, it was no small task. 61,000 new dwelling units is what this could potentially unlock, and that's no small feat. I think amidst a housing crisis, with all the supply challenges in front of us, it is imperative that we use every tool in the toolbox to get that done, to get more housing online for Torontonians and would-be Torontonians. And this change will enable and expand mid-rise development on our avenues without the need for site-specific zoning approval, which, if you've followed this stuff over the years, we've effectively updated our zoning bylaw on a site-by-site, application-by-application base. And we've heard for a long time, whether it's the development review permit system or the need to update the zoning bylaw like we have in some instances, St. Clair, Eglinton, and others, it's been piecemeal. And often that work falls down to the applicant to do it as part of their studies and with their consultants and working with staff, and that just doesn't move it fast enough. So everybody knows I've been pushing for this and more ambition across the board to address housing crisis and housing supply. I'm glad that these motions are in front of us today to complement the body of work that staff have us here. And I do appreciate, Kyle and the team, your willingness to go back and look at some of those additional permissions as part of a future stream of work. And so looking forward to seeing that come back. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher is a visiting member, and she's asked if she could speak with permission of the committee. Go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you very much. I think this is a great idea to have this come back. I'll just let everybody know that on the Danforth planning study, at least on my end, there was this discussion about the angular plane at the back and what could be built there and restrictions. So that was at the OLT, I believe, and it looks like we've come to a settlement that would give more permissions achieving that settlement, more permissions for development along all those parking lots that exist behind the Danforth, as you all know, that cover up the train. I also am going to be asking that we're not just blanket and we're not clear on what properties that we are actually talking about. So when we talk about these properties that we want to have residential permissions, which ones are they, that we're clear on what the new avenues that you're suggesting might be, that this isn't all dropped in at a report. So I'll wait and see, but at council I might add to have that interim where this is very, very clear that here are the streets, here are the areas, here's the plan, because unfortunately, as we know, on the garden suites, the through lots, of which there's only 600 in the city out of 200,000. Let me say that again. There's only 600 through lots, and there's 200,000 lots that are considered just the regular common or garden lots. That ended up, now we've got some issues there. So I want to be really clear from planning, and I'm putting everybody on notice that I think we are all going to want to see exactly what it is you mean, that here's what's covered, here's the categories, here's the situation. So this is great. Already done that on the Danforth and many other places, but I think we do have to be also really careful that we are putting forward things that councillors also understand exactly what they are. So thank you for letting me speak about that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other members wish to speak to the item? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I just wanted to add my thanks to staff for the clarity, and with respect to Councillor Bradford's motion, this is very helpful. I say clarity as well as confusion and uncertainty. Lawrence Avenue, where we did the avenue study, I believe was 2008. We have a number of applications that are coming forward with respect to development. And there's been such confusion with respect to our own avenue study in terms of the applicant's sense of understanding as to what's contained there. And our staff, in terms of the explanation to the applicant, it's been very, very problematic. And so oftentimes it's been left with the applicant to actually go out and do work where it's my view, and it really should be all of our views, that the bulk of the work and the understanding should have been already in place. In our efforts, obviously, to create more opportunity, create more housing, I think we all celebrate and want that. Of course, there are a number of challenges and limitations in as much as we're working through this process. But I think it's really important to have this clarity, eliminate the ambiguities that has tend to come up. And I speak specifically of my area. Just yesterday, we had an applicant who came in with a proposal for 3 towers. However, upon speaking with city staff, it was uncertain that they could actually go beyond 15 stories. And there were conversation about 8 stories on corners and so on. So there's just been this great confusion. So they came in not having clarity from our staff. And this is not a negative to staff. I think for some staff members, it's also needed to be clarified as well. So I think this is really helpful in terms of the collective approach in addressing these particular issues. The concerns we often hear from industry is that there's a lack of clarity. And so for us to want to respond to some of the challenges that we're experiencing in the city with respect to housing shortage, affordability, and all of those key considerations, this is very helpful, and I'm actually very pleased that this is here because it will help me in terms of being able to point to certainty in terms of what our policies and our bylaws are. So, Mr. Connect and your staff and team, thank you very much for this, because not only will it help my area, we know it will help right across the city. Those are my remarks, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to the item? Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Chair Perks, and through you, I want to thank staff for the work on this. The consultation briefings were very helpful, especially when there had been concerns from some community regarding this study and these amendments, particularly in relation to shadowing and servicing capacity, but I'm glad to see those impacts have been thoughtfully considered in this proposed zoning bylaw amendment. I think it's in recognition that there is a critical need for more housing, and this will clearly unlock essential missing middle units, particularly in where areas that I think more intensification makes sense, and that's part of I think an evolving conversation. And coupled with that, with the need to add density, it's crucial that we couple that with conversations and plans that speak to investments in services, retail, for example, and amenities that support our obviously burgeoning population, and particularly in Silver Southwest, where we're seeing significant development applications the last couple of years, that there are these gaps where we're seeing the loss of vibrant retail to this missing middle development. So I think as part of this evolving conversation, as we seek to be more flexible and add more density, that we're cognizant of the need to maintain the mixed use character, enabling vibrant and obviously the need for complete communities is often spoken to. So I'm hopeful that this offering is not only for more housing, but also ensuring the vibrancy of communities as we include and address the need for retail and other important amenities that I know all residents throughout our city are looking for as we deal with the challenge of building more housing, and that we're taking a complete and comprehensive approach to development. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members? No? Can I suggest then that we take Councillor Bradford's two motions, the first which covers the mayor's letter and the second, and the whole item together as a package? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Members, thank you very much. Okay, on to PH 16.2. We have a deputant, Janet Chant. Janet Chant. And finally, Janet Chant. No? Okay. This is the low-rise residential lands in Toronto East York District. Do any members have questions of staff? No? Does anyone wish to speak to the item? No? Okay, I'll simply move it then. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That takes us to the rental renoviction license bylaw to address renovictions. We have a presentation from staff. We can have them come on up. Oh, while staff are doing that, Councillor Bradford, I see you've revised the additional item. Would you like to introduce it now? Sure. So a motion to introduce a new item, building more missing middle, addressing gaps in multiplex permissions, and we'll just cross out the and development charge exemptions. Is that okay? We just cross that out? Okay, all those in favor of introducing it? Opposed, if any, that carries. I'll leave members a chance to read that, and we'll consider it after this item or later in the agenda. Okay, over to the staff team. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kamal Gagna. I just want to take this opportunity to thank everyone to allow us to provide the highlights with respect to implementing a rental renovation license bylaw to address renovictions in Toronto. Today we'll provide a brief background to highlight the issue of renovictions in Toronto, provide overview of the design of the Renoviction bylaw, including information on fees, expenses, funding, and enforcement strategies, provide a high-level information on the public engagement process, which was critical to getting us to this stage with the development of the bylaw. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank those who participated in the public engagement process to provide their valuable feedback. And if there's any questions or answers, we can certainly address those at the end of the presentation. By way of introduction, let's first define what we mean by renoviction. A renoviction is an illegitimate eviction of a tenant by a landlord claiming the need for vacant possession for the purposes of renovations. It can include refusing a tenant's return back to the unit following the renovations, illegally raising rents for new or returning tenants, or not undertaking the major renovations after eviction. This report in front of you today addresses the growing trend of renovictions in Toronto. In 2022, CCHR LEMR reported that approximately 15,000 formal eviction notices were filed at the LTB for properties located within Toronto. While these may not all be limited to N13s, this is an increase of 49% compared to 2021 numbers. The proposed bylaw balances the need to address the misuse of renovations as an excuse to evict tenants by bad faith actors with the need for legitimate renovations, maintenance and repair work that is necessary in Toronto with our often aging and existing rental housing stock. In June of this year, Toronto Council directed staff to report on and to develop a bylaw to address renovictions modeled after the City of Hamilton approach. Accordingly, city staff prepared a draft bylaw implementation framework, which was consulted on with landlords and tenants and other interested associations. Today, staff are recommending the adoption and implementation of the bylaw to address the issue of renovictions in Toronto, protect tenants, and to preserve affordable housing in Toronto. The report provides the results of the public engagement as well as outlines the implementation framework and including a communication plan. The Renoviction Bylaw will be enacted under the authority of the City of Toronto Act. It will not impact Toronto Building's ability for regulatory oversight of building permit approvals and enforcement, including when the CBO issues orders under the Building Code Act, or prevent a building permit from being issued when it meets the requirements of the Building Code Act, and applicable laws. The Building Code Act prescribes when a building permit is required. This slide describes when an N13 notice can be served under the RTA, which is a provincial act. Recent amendments to the RTA through Bill 97 require that N13 notice for repairs or renovation be accompanied by a report from a qualified person confirming the need for vacant possession. However, the province has not enacted the provision through the regulation nor defined what is meant by a qualified person. This gap in legislation is addressed in part by the Renovictions Bylaw. However, similar to the Hamilton Bylaw, Toronto's proposed bylaw would not prevent a landlord from issuing an N13 eviction notice, nor permit the city staff to intervene in areas which fall under the scope of the RTA or landlord-tenant board. For the purposes of the Renoviction bylaw, the purpose of the Renoviction bylaw is to require certain things to occur prior to a license being issued, including key items listed on this slide, such as completion of a tenant accommodation or compensation plan. In certain instances where a tenant declares not to return back to the unit, compensation plan, and of course, proof of a tenant information notice. The bylaw covers all rental units in Toronto with some limited exceptions. If approved by City Council, the bylaw would come into effect July 31st, based on the July 31st, 2025, based on staff recommendations. This is 4 months ahead of schedule, as reported in the June 2024 report. The proposed bylaw requires rental renovation license application must be made within 7 days of the issuance of an eviction notice. This slide lists the items that are required to accompany an application when an individual submits for a license application. The bylaw is designed to be clear, flexible for both tenants and landlords of various scales. The bylaw requires moving allowances to be paid to the impacted tenant in the amount of $1,500 for studio or one-bedroom units, $2,500 for 2 or more bedrooms, adjusted annually. The reference to accommodation and compensation plan will be required for the duration of the work, should the tenant choose to return to the unit following the renovation as described on the slide. The landlord shall provide temporary accommodation acceptable to the tenant or monthly rent gap payments to cover rent differences where the tenant finds their own temporary housing. The bylaw describes how the rent gap payment is to be calculated for clarity and transparency. Where the tenant and landlord cannot agree on a plan, the bylaw permits the landlord to choose financial compensation as defined in the bylaw. Throughout the engagement process, staff heard from tenants that they wanted to be kept informed throughout the license process and building permit process. As a result, landlords will be required to notify tenants of the license applications once submitted to the city and post a tenant information notice on site. The city will also provide a copy of the Preventing Evictions in Toronto handbook to the tenant and create a public registry through which both tenants and landlords can continue to be informed on the status of the license application. This would be a portal similar to what Toronto Building has now for building permit applications. With respect to enforcement, this slide describes the strategies that Toronto Building will undertake when the bylaw is approved. We will adopt a education-first approach, educating tenants and landlords to encourage compliance. The bylaw also provides authority for investigations and graduated enforcement where appropriate, as illustrated on the next slide. The report contains more information regarding these tools, including the need for additional staff, which we will also highlight through the budget process. This slide provides examples where possible fines prescribed in the proposed bylaw are outlined. The enforcement tools prescribed in the bylaw ensure that the requirements of the proposed bylaw are followed. Tenant compensation plans are honored and allow monitoring of compliance and where required, permit imposing of fines. Fines for non-compliance could range from anywhere from $0 to $100,000. With respect to expenses and funding, I want to highlight that there is no definitive data on how many renters are renovicted in Toronto. However, there is evidence that many evictions take place informally and without documentation. The data that is available is limited, and in that it does not include informal or illegal evictions. The data also does not include how many renters received N13 eviction notices, as this data is currently not collected by the landlord and tenant board, nor any other authority. Therefore, it is difficult to predict how many license applications or the license application volume the city will need to process in coming months and years. However, the bylaw does provide a mechanism for us to collect that information, collect that data, and report out to you in future years. In an effort, the bylaw, in an effort to disincentivize illegal renovictions, mitigate loss of rental stock, encourage upkeep of rental units, staff recommend an application fee, a nominal application fee of $700, which is consistent with the fee being charged or suggested by other municipalities looking at renovation bylaws within their jurisdictions. This provides for a 6% cost recovery based on Acorn Canada's 2024 Renovation report, which outlined that 165 formal renovation-related eviction applications were filed for properties in Toronto in 2022. The balance of expenses is covered with 60% from building permit fee revenue and 40% from city revenue. The full impact of the program will be brought forward through the 2025 budget cycle. This screen outlines the public engagement that was undertaken during the months of mid-August to the end of September. And what we heard from all stakeholders, the main takeaways was basically that tenants and landlords both agreed for the need for clear multilingual guidelines supporting documents and to support the implementation of the bylaw. We heard that through the engagements that there was broad support from tenant groups. We heard that from landlords had some concerns with additional administrative and financial burdens. The staff report contains 2 attachments which provide details of the engagement that was undertaken. With that includes the staff presentation.
Thank you very much. We'll hold questions of staff until after the deputations. With that, let's hear from the public. Our first deputant on this item is Laura Anonen. Laura's not here? Okay. Nick Whistler. Nick Whistler. Nick, are you online?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Nick. Could you speak up just a little bit?
Yes, is that better?
That's much better. Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
I asked to speak for 2 reasons, having been a downtown resident since 1974. The first was an Annex Cleaner story from October to November about an attempt to stem renovictions. And I was annoyed to find that it was reporting as if one had a chance to have input. And in fact, I found out that the meeting had already taken place, only one for the whole of downtown Toronto in mid-September. So when people were probably least likely to be able to appear and give their views. The other was I was sitting on Bloor Street and saw a demonstration with loudhailers of what I assumed was tenants against landlords, but it actually was small landlords demonstrating against the problems they were finding themselves facing. And I thought that that was interesting in that they very much did not look like the sort of people who were keen to be evicting people or had lots of funds for what this bylaw is about. So those were the two reasons I asked to speak, that it was only 2 hours input on this quite big change, which we see with a budget of $2 million a year. And I don't feel that that actually got as much input as might be necessary. So I'm very happy to have, happy landlord-tenant relations. I've been both, and I think it's better if it's uncontentious. My input would really be lose the renoviction word because it's not neutral. It puts all landlords in the wrong. It's a very good piece of word engineering, but it is actually a biased term from the outset. I'm sure that won't happen. We're already talking about a bylaw that's about to happen in June next year. But I don't feel it's a passive word, and it makes all landlords feel they're bad. Second input would be, I think there needs to be a complete distinction between purpose-built apartments built for rental as a business. Secondarily, houses now with some or all apartments. And thirdly, houses that are lived in part by the owner. Because if one, as owner, finds that one's tenant has as much right to one's property, you've lost the distinction between owner and landlord in a way that's, I think, going to reduce people renting out a bit of their house. And I think that's a recipe for trouble. So a lot of the small landlords who've been renting out a bit, going through COVID, more expenses, seeing all these potential $100,000 threat fines, $700 fees. You're already seeing houses with apartments in them downtown selling less easily because buyers are more worried about winding up with a tenant outside their control. And I think if you want people to use a bit of their house that they're not using for apartments, you need to make it so that it's not loaded too much one way. So my input is almost completely really for small landlords saying this is likely to drive them out of the market and stop people creating new small apartments in their own house or in house type buildings, and that's a bad thing because most tenants would prefer to live in a house-like building, I think, than a high-rise. That's it.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions of Nick? No? Nick, thank you so much for your deputation. Next, I have Saroja Ponambalam. Saroja?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. You've got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Good morning, Planning and Housing Committee. So I'm here today to offer my support and recommendations for the Renovictions bylaw on behalf of Social Planning Toronto, a nonprofit charitable organization that challenges inequity in our city through knowledge generation, debate, civic engagement, advocacy, and collaboration. So in my capacity as a community planner for the last 6 years, I've organized with a lot of tenant groups across the city who experience housing precarity, and specifically in the inner suburbs where there is a high concentration of racialized and newcomer populations, in neighborhoods such as Thorncliffe Park, Flemington Park, and Jane Finch, living in privately owned rental towers. So their experiences with eviction reflect what Stats Canada found, which is that half of evictions nationwide are due to landlord factors, which includes sales of property, owned use, and repairs and renovations. So as Toronto's housing crisis worsens, as many of you mentioned, Social Planning Toronto is really pleased to see this Renovictions bylaw come forward. This is a really crucial time where municipalities need to exercise as much power as possible to prevent tenant displacement. So this is a precedent-setting bylaw for municipalities, and we only wish for it to succeed. We hope the Renovictions bylaw will deter financialized landlords, as well as smaller landlords, from enacting bad faith evictions. We encourage the city to continue monitoring and improving this bylaw on a regular basis, learning from other jurisdictions in Canada, such as Hamilton, New Westminster, and Ladysmith. And the fact that this provincial law is failing to deter renovictions can only mean that landlords will find other ways to evict tenants. We urge the city to work in partnership with the province to explore solutions to stop landlords who use extra legal tactics to enact renovictions. So that's without using N13s. The rental renovation license will cost a landlord $700 per rental unit, which is a really good starting point to disincentivize landlords from enacting renovictions. However, my concern and our concern is that corporate landlords who may be more financially equipped may continue to conduct extensive renovations through legal means. So considerations need to be made to increase this fee for larger landlords if the data that's collected from the city reveals that this might be necessary. We would also like to see the city engage in a citywide outreach and education strategy in partnership with community-based organizations to inform tenants of their rights well before renoviction notices are issued. It's really important that tools, guides, resources outlining tenant rights be translated in as many languages as possible, and that free phone and in-person translation services are made available. Specialized services should also be offered to vulnerable groups such as people facing gender-based violence and people with disabilities who may need more options for housing and additional wraparound services. We are strong on the fact that Renovictions bylaw must adopt a human rights intersectional trauma-informed lens, especially when we're looking at individual cases of renoviction. We know that many marginalized communities have limited housing options, and renovictions can put them at a serious risk that compromises their health, safety, and well-being. Moving on, so tenant compensation packages should offer enough funds to reflect the realities of current asking rents and the preferred location tenants wish to move to. So similar to the rental replacement policies for tenants experiencing relocation due to demolition. We are pleased to see the efforts to establish a rental registry, and we hope that this database will integrate centralized data across all the city's affordable housing programs, such as Rent Safe TO, Tenant Support Program, Eviction Prevention, and Community. And we recommend that the city employ enough staff to be able to effectively track and monitor relevant pieces of data, especially in regards to tenant displacement. A broader city effort could also be made to integrate landlord licensing programs like Rent Safe TO and the multi-tenant homes framework, so the data is centralized and policies are applied in a consistent way. As the multi-tenant homes framework aims to protect some of our most
Saroja, I'm going to have to ask you to wind up there. Okay.
Okay, sounds
you
good.
Very much.
Ultimately, it's still too early to understand how this bylaw will positively affect tenants, but we think it's a step in the right direction for the city of Toronto. Thank you so much.
Are there any questions for Saroja? No? Next, I have Kim Breland. Kim? Kim, I understand you're connected online. Can you hear us? Are you connected?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Welcome, Kim. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for this time to speak. I will briefly tell you the background and then I will make my request to the committee. I am 66 years old. I have no income. I currently live in an apartment that I can't afford, but it's also one of the cheapest apartments in the city. If my landlords are successful in renovicting me, I will be homeless, as there is nowhere in the entire city that I can afford to live. If this happens, it will also be the 4th time in a row that I've been renovicted. I live at number 12 Lansdowne and have been there for almost 15 years. We used to have lovely landlords. Then during the pandemic, our building was sold to a pair of despicable scumlords who have become millionaires by specializing in making people homeless. They tried to renovict us during the pandemic, but we were lucky that our plight was a popular news topic at that moment, and we got a lot of great coverage. Our landlords were humiliated by our telling the truth about their actions in public, and they backed away from their renoviction threats. We know, however, that this is only temporary and that our homes are not safe. They continue to harass us in any way that they can. For example, they sent the police to knock on everyone's door at midnight to tell us that the landlords had reported that we were harassing them. This is by telling the truth in public about their actions. And sadly, we also learned whose side the police are on. Our landlords have paid $50,000 in fines in a single year for their illegal treatment of tenants, and they haven't batted an eye. To them, that's pocket change and a cost of doing business. I'm here to commend the city for the new bylaw and to ask that the maximum allowable fines are built in as an appropriate deterrent. Unless the fines are high enough to be a meaningful deterrent, landlords and property owners will laugh at the new bylaw the same way they laugh at the existing laws. I do understand that there's a cap on fines that the city cannot go above without permission from the province, and that the current provincial government might not be sympathetic to this request at this time. Even if it's not politically prudent right now to go to the province, I still urge the city vehemently to make the fines for breaking the new bylaw as high as the city is capable of making them. There's a lot of verbiage in the proposal that talks about how expensive the new bylaw will be, including the extremely high salaries of new staff hires, and how the new fees will not cover these costs. Levying huge fines will not only be a deterrent for some landlords, it will be a healthy cash influx for the city. I urge this committee to champion this new bylaw with City Council and to build in the maximum fines within their power for breaking it. It's been many decades since I have had a safe place to live. I urge you to use your influence to help create a city where I and people like me can be safe in our homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Kim? No, seeing none. Kim, thank you so much for joining us today. The next deputant I have listed is Harmy Mendoza. Hi, Harmy, welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Harmy Mendoza, and I am the Executive Director of Women Act, a nonprofit organization committed to eradicating gender-based violence and advancing gender equity through collaborative work with various sectors. Today, I speak in support of implementing a rental renovation license by law to address renovictions, a proposed step towards preserving Toronto's affordable housing stock with a focus on safe, secure homes for renters. This bylaw has the potential to address the displacement of tenants and significantly impact the safety and stability of women and gender diverse individuals who are vulnerable to violence. There is strong evidence demonstrating the connection between violence, gender, housing insecurity, and homelessness. GBV is a significant factor contributing to housing instability and homelessness for women and gender diverse individuals. Women experiencing IPB often report experiencing discrimination from landlords and in the form of denial of applications or evictions. According to our own research, titled Women Act's Successful Tenancies, report with survivors in Toronto's rentals market, and this happened in 2023. Of the 141 survivors surveyed, 37% experienced GBV in the residences, and 38 reported feeling unsafe or at risk of such violence. Survivors shared experiences of having to vacate their rental units, and that's 17%, facing eviction, and that's 10%, or dealing with property damage, and that was 19%. In the current context, Renovictions further contribute to survivors' housing instability by displacing them without providing an adequate accommodation or compensation, increasing risks for violence and victimization. So we support the city's commitment to protecting tenant rights through compensation, relocation, and clear communication about rights, along with providing guidance and accountability for landlords. These measures are critical in ensuring stability for vulnerable groups, especially those impacted by gender-based violence. To enhance the proposed bylaw and implementation framework with particular consideration for survivors of GBV, we respectfully recommend the following 5 additions. Number 1, to promote landlord awareness and understanding of GBV along with available resources and support for survivors. The city should facilitate collaborative capacity building efforts among the anti-violence sector, landlords, building managers, and the landlord-tenant board. This collaboration should include guidance on responding to disclosures of family and IPV in alignment with the Residential Tenancies Act. Number 2, adopting a rights-based approach. Tenant accommodation or compensation plans should account for diverse tenants' needs, considering factors such as local services and amenities, family size and status, accessibility, and cultural relevance. It is essential, these plans also incorporate the specific safety needs of GBV survivors and families facing renovictions. Number 3, for tenants exercising their first right of refusal, tenant accommodation or compensation plans should clearly define return conditions, including rental rates and increases, occupancy of the same unit, amenity access, and any required safety measures. Number 4, recognizing the urgency of addressing emergency health and safety repairs, the city should ensure displaced tenants have access to appropriate support during such renovations. And number 5, to prevent landlords from bypassing the licensing system, the city should consider linking building permits with the licensing system. Additionally, the city could advocate with the provincial government to integrate the permit application process with N13 notices from the landlord-tenant board, fostering a comprehensive monitoring and accountability structure. This renovations by law represents an important step in Toronto's commitment to safe, affordable housing. We urge the committee to move this item forward, and we welcome future discussions to strengthen its implementation for the city's more vulnerable tenants. Thank you for your dedication, and happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Thank you, Harmy. Are there any questions for the deputant? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for sharing those thoughts with us today. The next deputant I have listed is Carly Wilson. Thought I saw you there. Good morning, Carly. You know the deal, right?
You say go, I go.
Go.
Perfect. Good morning. My name is Carly Wilson. I'm the lead housing lawyer at Don Valley Community Legal Services. I'm here today to applaud the work of city staff in preparing this draft bylaw so quickly, and specifically to laud their new proposed timeline of implementation in July of 2025. You have a room full of tenant advocates today that feel heard, and a city full of tenants whose rights are about to become a more fulsome reality because of your work. This has been a week of triumph and celebration, and we thank you, truly. Unfortunately, I'm not just here to congratulate you and urge you to improve the draft bylaw. I wish that I was. I'm also here to propose an essential amendment to the draft bylaw. Do not let the cheers of tenant advocates and the enthusiasm and energy behind this bylaw prevent you from taking the extra minute to ensure that it's everything that it actually could be. Passing the bylaw as written right now would be fine. It would be helpful for tenants, but it has a hole big enough for the city's most notorious slumlords to confidently walk through, and one that was notably absent from the Hamilton bylaw. Under Article 2, Licensing, Section B of the draft bylaw, the bylaw states that landlords are exempt from the licensing process where repairs or renovations are required to address an emergency health and safety issue or are required pursuant to an order issued under specific sections of the Building Code Act. It is imperative that this section be removed from the bylaw. I know it seems like an intuitive exemption, but it appears to be based on false assumptions, and the real-world effects have the potential to be extreme. Exempting the landlord from the licensing scheme if there is an emergency health and safety issue, this language, first and foremost, is far too vague and open to misuse. I guarantee it will swiftly and effectively be abused by bad actors. But it's also important to note that under the Residential Tenancies Act, a landlord is not exempt from issuing an N13 and going through the LTB eviction process when there is some kind of emergency health and safety issue in the unit. They cannot evict a tenant on an expedited basis to do that work. Therefore, the licensing requirement in the bylaw is not actually preventing a landlord from getting emergency work done. That barrier already exists in the Residential Tenancies Act without exception. The RTA, or the Residential Tenancies Act, also doesn't exempt landlords from the LTB process when an order has been issued under the Building Code Act. The exemption in the bylaw seems to assume that if an order has been issued under one of the code sections listed, then the landlord will have obviously met the conditions required for an eviction pursuant to an N13 notice. But that is a false assumption. Orders under those sections of the code are not equivalent to a landlord requiring vacant possession of the unit to complete repairs. So accordingly, the exemption as written in this bylaw would not actually allow for swifter vacant possession of a unit in emergencies or when a building code order has been issued. The exemption would not help landlords. All it does is block tenants from accessing the benefits afforded by the bylaw and creating a massive loophole for landlords. They can claim a health and safety issue or they can have a building code order, and they are free and clear from submitting to the city's oversight, from providing alternative accommodations, and from providing rent top-ups to tenants. I currently have a tenant right now whose landlord effectively destroyed his unit during minor repairs, such that his unit is now currently uninhabitable. That landlord is now saying he needs to give the tenant an N13 because it is no longer safe for him to continue living in the unit. Under the bylaw as it's drafted, that landlord would be exempt from the license, but would still need to go through the LTB process such that he would likely still be waiting about 8 months for vacant possession being able to start on the repairs, but the tenant would not receive any of the benefits the bylaw provides. I want to be clear. It is my job to advocate for tenants, but that does not mean that I hate landlords. Good landlords are good. The unfortunate reality is that bad landlords are very, very bad. Councillor Candoval, in June, you spoke about the deplorable tactics you see landlords deploy to abuse the renoviction process. If you think those same bad actors will not immediately sidestep this licensing process by claiming an emergency of health and safety or intentionally creating a health and safety emergency, then you have underestimated the greed and malevolence that we face every day at our clinic. Councillor Bradford, who is not in the room, in his ward, in ward number 19, there is a landlord that is issuing waves of renoviction notices as fast as he can to empty his building of affordable units using abusive and coercive tactics. If you think that he will not waltz right through this loophole, you're either naive or just not paying attention. Councillor Matlow, you spoke with wild enthusiasm about how Hamilton had this right. And they did, they absolutely did. And their bylaw does not have this exemption. When I presented to this committee in June, I urge you to turn to Hamilton's bylaw and to not reinvent the wheel when drafting ours, and to be bold in the bylaw's effects, to not settle for anything less than impactful. While I'm encouraged and inspired that this direction was accepted, what has been produced here is not a reinvented wheel, but a broken one. And the result is a bylaw that is significantly weaker than our neighbor to the west. Do not settle for less. Please, yes, pass this bylaw, but pass it with an amendment that allows it to be as impactful as possible. Thank you for your time, and please ask me any questions you have. I am ready to answer.
I imagine you are. Are there any questions for the deputant?
Oh, yes.
Councillor Fletcher.
I'll just ask that the chief building official and the fire chief actually have an ability to declare an emergency at any time and have people removed, or that you can no longer stay in a building, like a burnt building. That is, they have that. So you're assuming that the city officials, top city officials, already have that ability, and that this should not be in the bylaw.
Yes, so city officials have the ability to claim that a building is unsafe, and that means that they can say that there cannot be occupancy of the unit. Correct. But there is a difference between a denial of occupancy and requiring vacant possession. So you can have a unit that people cannot currently be living in, but they can still be making use of that unit by storing their belongings there, using part of it, and maintaining their possession. So requiring vacant occupancy and vacant possession are two different things, and one of them does not necessarily mean that there's an eviction. So you can have them remove tenants from a unit for a day or a week for safety concerns to get work done without terminating their tenancy and then making them come back.
So you'd just like the city to rely on the existing powers that exist by the top officials who deal with these emergency situations rather than put this in the bylaw, trying to address this situation?
Yes, I think that what the city officials are concerned about here and what's reflected in the bylaw is something that's covered by their own powers already, and to include it in this bylaw removes protections for tenants and is unfortunately redundant, and lawyers hate redundancy.
Lawyers hate it?
They do, yeah.
Well, not all lawyers, because maybe, I don't think, anyway, how it got there, I don't know. But, and it's not in Hamilton.
No, it's not in the Hamilton bylaw.
And our motion was to mirror the Hamilton bylaw.
That is what we asked for.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow?
Hi. So just to be clear, you want us to delete section 2.1 subsection B1 and section 2.1 subsection B2 from the proposed bylaw?
Yes.
And if we do that, we will erase that glaring, harmful loophole that you described.
We will close it right up, yeah.
Okay, we'll do that.
Cool, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the deputant? Carly, thank you so much for that. The next deputant I have listed is Alejandra Ruiz Vargas. Alejandra?
She's not here.
Oh, Alejandra's not here?
Okay.
Okay, Marcia. You're next. So what we have settled on.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Marcia Stone, and I am currently the chair of the Western chapter of Acorn. We're in our 20th year, celebrating our 20th year, and this bylaw means an awful lot to us, as well as our tenants, our members, and everybody across this country. Other cities are looking at this bylaw. Tenants have had to try to find a way to defend themselves against these bad, predatory landlords. And when these things happen, they never know who they're supposed to go to for help. And it's becoming increasingly hard for people and a struggle when they have to find their own way to fight against these predatory landlords. This bylaw and the fact that you have to apply for a license is very, very important to tenants, because that means that it will catch the bad faith actors that we have out there. The language enables enforcement against corporate landlords who seem to use the tenants like we're commodities, but we don't receive any of the benefits. Tenants have to find ways to defend themselves all the time and do not know their rights. This is one step closer to giving tenants a peace of mind that have been suffering in isolation and do not know where to turn. Protections need to be implemented. The Landlord-Tenant Board isn't in favor of tenants, and tenants do not feel that they have their best interests at heart. The LTB, in our opinion, is like an ATM machine for landlords. They produce these N13s and do the work and then turn around and go to the ATM, cha-ching, they supplied the information, but who is actually reading those documents to see if it's necessary for somebody to be evicted or put out for renovations? We have an awful lot of bad faith landlords out there, and we believe that this bylaw, with the exceptions as Carly has mentioned, we agree with everything And it's needed, long overdue. Tenants need relief. And again, we do not feel that the Landlord-Tenant Board is in favor of tenants, and that needs to be reformed. It's very sad that we have to be here fighting for these people's rights, our rights that have been taken from us. People don't know where to turn. This is why we're out here doing the things that we do, to speak for those that cannot speak for themselves. And I just want to say, just because of this document being released the other day, as I left the press conference in the meeting and I landed on Weston Road, the amount of people that stopped me on the street because they had just seen us on CP24 and wanted to actually understand what this bill would mean for them. Now they know, they're out there spreading the word within the community. So, you know, I want to thank you all for the hard work that you've done and will continue to do, because we know this is only the first step. And it's a good thing. It's a good thing, so applaud yourselves for it. And let's pass this bill. We are the largest city in the country. So I'm sure if Hamilton and others can do it, Toronto can do it as well. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Are there any questions for Marcia? Seeing none, thank you so much for that today. Earl LeBlanc. Good morning, Earl.
Good morning. It's a hard act to follow.
But you're going to do your best, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
My name's Earl, and by the way, hello, everyone. I was renovicted coincidentally in 2019 when all this basically began. I was renovicted from 2901 St. Clair Avenue East in East York in October of 2019. And we were given so-called notice. It was just a piece of paper slap taped onto our doors stating we had to be out in, at that time, about 6 weeks. December 1st, to be exact. This happened in October. And the agent that came to the building was basically threatening, like, you had to move out or your compensation would be only 3 months rent, not, it was $8,000, but I'll explain. So anyway, in my case, I couldn't stay because of the dust factor. It's a block building, and the dust and whatnot, because it was an extensive renovation, would be just too much. So I had to go, and a previous renovation was just complete dust. The workers didn't respect our spaces. It was a mess. So anyway, panic time set in for myself and the other tenants, and everyone was kind of just sort of looking at one another like, what are our rights? And I personally at the time didn't know where to turn. No one really did. One young fella's aunt was a real estate agent, and basically said we didn't have to go, but there were no procedures in place that we knew of or anything like that. So here are the facts. Myself and others, we had to go through this process, and in this whole scenario, you're uprooted. I was there nearly 10 years. So you're uprooted from friends, shops, neighbors. I jammed with neighbors in their garage next door, that kind of thing. So it's quite an upheaval. My rent increased from $890 per month back then, including a garage, to a whopping $1,365, which I currently pay, including it's a small thing maybe, but $280 per year to park, and there were no laundry or storage facilities like in my old building. So it got it got worse. There were no I tried seniors buildings, and it was a no-go in all the cases. However, I hope anyway, I'll mention Wood Green sent me to a building on, I believe, Logan Avenue, a high-rise apartment, and basically, it was a little more, but reasonable. But throughout the whole viewing process, the fellow just told me how to avoid bed bugs and cockroaches. So I'm not used to that kind of thing. So that was definitely not an opportunity. So I was running out of time, so I took a place in the Beaches area. So from the 8,000 they offered, a month's rent came off of that. Plus, I can't remember why, but there were another $300 expense. And then $1,100 for the mover. And then the landlord did not do anything to the apartment, left a bunch of garbage there, holes in the wall. It looked like someone took a shotgun to the place. So me and my brother basically repaired it to the tune of another $700. I had to buy everything from scratch. So in the aftermath, that's how I got involved in Acorn. Geez, time flies. So in the aftermath...
Earl, I'm going to have to ask you to finish up there.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Thank you for your
deputation.
deputation.
To be part of this, and at that time there were no N13s. There were none of these proposals on the table today.
Thank you, Earl.
None.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Are there any questions for Earl? No? Thank you so much for that. That was quite helpful. Okay. Next we have Stacy Semple. Hi, Stacy.
Hello. Hi, my name is Stacy. I've been a member of Downtown Toronto chapter of Acorn for the last year now. I'd like to extend gratitude for taking this step to protect vulnerable tenants and providing more transparency on predatory landlords. In these challenging economic times, we see more than ever the lack of and the need for affordable housing. However, the insecurity of someone's home taken away simply to provide more revenue for the landlord is unacceptable and a long overdue unfair practice that must stop. It's been said at council that the lack of protections for renters has actually become more costly for the city, and the Ontario government is failing to provide the basic human right of shelter. This will focus on homes for people working in low-income jobs and middle-class families rather than investment units that are looking for profit on land speculation. This bylaw will assist in the current available data of about 48% of Toronto households, that's 557,970 homes that are renters, 40% of those that are living in unaffordable housing. The city's current rental vacancy rate is at 1.7%. For it to be better functioning, it should be at 3% or higher. The average rent for a two-bedroom home in Toronto right now is $3,139, and the average rent increase in Toronto for turnover units is 40.4%. Excuse me. Education and communication will be keys to success so that it will lessen the challenges tenants face being displaced, increase understanding of our rights, and model positive interactions, thereby improving secure relationships. I'd like to also emphasize with respect to enforcement and monitoring, as actually Curly said, with respect to the Don Valley, from the Don Valley Community Legal Services. Thank you for taking the landlord exemptions out for emergency repairs. That would be an extreme loophole, excuse me, for tenants to take, landlords to take advantage of that, and would ignore repairs on an ongoing basis until it is deemed an emergency. And also as well, the severe harassment. This is something that landlords are currently doing with Renovictions. They are hiring staff, actually threatening staff, excuse me, not staff, tenants, and calling police, and also making false claims in courts, giving the tenants more stress that they don't need when their home, the roof over their head is being threatened. Finally, one thing I'd like to ask is just for more clarification on the moving allowance. Last week, when you released the report, you actually said that the landlord would be responsible for the tenant if they choose to move back in, for the moving allowance for moving out, but then also for the moving expense for moving back in. Later in your bylaw, you do say it's a one-time allowance. I'd like clarification on that so there's no confusion and that the tenant is entitled to all their expenses. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Stacy? No? Stacy, thank you so much for that. Next, Melissa Goldstein. Melissa, are you online with us today?
Good morning.
Good morning, Melissa. You've done this before. Go ahead.
Yes, I have. Thank you. My name is Melissa Goldstein, and I'm a tenant, affordable housing policy researcher, and member of the city's Tenant Advisory Committee. Renoviction has become a problem because of predatory landlords who use it as a business strategy. These are landlords who exploit legal loopholes or intentionally break the law because they know they'll make huge profits with very little risk of being penalized. The point of all existing renovictions bylaws is to deter these predatory landlords from pursuing renoviction as a way to increase their profits. Deterrence and preventing renoviction is the point of every existing renovictions bylaw, not facilitating renoviction by rule-following landlords who need to repair their units. And that should be the goal of this one. However, the bylaw as proposed is structured as a renoviction facilitating bylaw that helps landlords evict tenants so that renovations can be done while mitigating harm to tenants. Thanks to a few key problems with the design of the bylaw and the administration and enforcement of the license requirements, the bylaw misses important opportunities to be an effective deterrent for predatory landlords. First, there's no plan here to educate tenants about the law and the need to report N13s to the city. The City of Hamilton recognized that key to their bylaw's effectiveness in stopping predatory renoviction was tenant education and support. Unless tenants know to call the city when they receive an N13 notice, the city will have no way of knowing that a landlord who has issued an N13 notice is not complying with the bylaw requirements to obtain a building permit and apply for the license. Hamilton included in their plan to implement their bylaw a very strong and comprehensive tenant education component. While Toronto Buildings is planning clear, understandable, and multilingual public-facing guidelines for landlords to support compliance, there's no recognition that information delivered to tenants after a landlord has applied for a renovation license does absolutely nothing to prevent predatory landlords from skirting the bylaw and continuing to illegally renovate tenants. Every tenant in Toronto needs to know that if they receive an N13, they must report it to the city so that the city can ensure the landlord is required to comply with the bylaw. And then there needs to be someone at the city who is tasked with receiving and acting on these reports, and this does not appear to be part of the plan either. 2 staff people are needed to operate a tenant hotline. The tenants call the report having received an N13, landlord noncompliance with tenant compensation and relocation requirements, and trouble moving back in to the unit. And they need to pass this information to investigators and enforcement officers so that they can follow up. The hotline operator must also be able to field questions and refer tenants to legal clinics and other agencies for additional support. There's no hotline plan, just staff people who will respond to general inquiries along with other responsibilities. 2 staff people are needed to review license applications, and in particular, they must check the credibility of the report from the qualified professional and not just check to see that a report is included in the application. And before any application is approved, the staff person must confirm with tenants that the tenants did indeed sign the declaration saying that they do or do not wish to return to the unit once repairs are complete, and that they consent to the tenant relocation assistance plans to ensure that the landlord didn't just simply forge their tenant's signature. These critically important checks do not appear part of the plan either. Investigators and bylaw enforcement officers are needed to investigate reports from tenants and either get the landlord to comply or levy a significant penalty. They are needed to levy penalties for landlords who provide illegitimate or falsified materials in their applications. And someone is needed to work with tenants and tenant support organizations to develop and implement a tenant communications and education plan. The staffing proposed 8 people to answer general inquiries and review and approve applications, and 6 building inspectors to do investigations does not reflect the work that actually needs to be done here. The city anticipates receiving 160 renovation licenses, which is a little more than one every other workday. I suspect if the bylaw is an effective deterrent, this number will be even lower. It's unclear why the staff report recommends a team of 8 people to review 1.5 applications a day. The staff report also recommends 6 building inspectors to do investigations, who I don't believe have the powers of bylaw enforcement officers, although I could be very wrong about that. If they don't have bylaw enforcement powers, it's unclear what they would be doing or investigating. The other issue with the proposed bylaw are the offenses, penalties, and plan for enforcement. For a bylaw to be effective in stopping predatory landlords from pursuing renovation, predatory landlords need to believe that using N13s in bad faith to get their tenants to move out is not a good business strategy, because breaking the law will cost them more than they would gain from being able to increase rents. This will only happen if the city sends a strong message that there will be severe financial repercussions for every landlord who issues an N13 and doesn't comply with the bylaw. To help send this message, the city needs to be explicit in what it considers an offense. It needs to be clear about how it will enforce the bylaw and how landlords will be penalized. There are 3 offenses that should be explicitly included in the bylaw, but only one of them is. The one offense that is included in the bylaw is failing
Melissa,
to deliver
I'm
the
afraid I'm going to have to stop you there. You're at your time. Are there any questions for Melissa? Seeing none, Melissa, thank you so much for that. Very helpful as always. Next, I have Sarah Byer. Sarah? Sarah, I understand you're connected online. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. You've got 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Great, thank you so much. Really appreciate the opportunity to debut today. My name is Sarah Byer. I work with the Canadian Centre for Housing Rights, and I'm here today as a member of the Right to Housing Toronto network. As you know, renovictions have increased dramatically across the province, with the highest number of N13 notices filed in Toronto. In the absence of strong rent regulations, renter protections, and an adequate supply of truly affordable housing, renters across the city have few options if they are evicted. Research shows that low-income, racialized, and other marginalized renters are facing the brunt of this crisis, leading to increasing rates of housing precarity and homelessness. In its Housing TO Action Plan, the city committed to advancing the right to housing. The proposed Renovictions bylaw would mark an important step forward in protecting renters' security of tenure, preventing displacement, and preserving affordability. It's promising to see a focus on tenant accommodation, compensation, and information, as well as resources to support monitoring and accountability processes in the bylaw. This reflects much of the feedback that Right to Housing Toronto and many others shared throughout the city's consultation processes, and we encourage the city to further expand its education and monitoring plans. We particularly support landlord requirements around accommodation and compensation, both for tenants who exercise their right of first refusal and for those who choose not to return to the unit. It's encouraging to see the proposal align with the city's rental replacement policies around rent gap assistance, which more closely reflect the current cost of renting in the city. We also support the various methods and strategies proposed to inform tenants of their legal rights, the parameters of the bylaw, opportunities to seek support, and the status of renovation activities in the buildings, including by the city and landlords alike. We're also glad to see efforts proposed to develop and share guidance materials with landlords to inform them of their responsibilities alongside penalties for noncompliance. We hope this will also lead to landlords fulfilling their obligations to maintain rental units in a state of good repair so that renovations requiring vacant possession are rarely required. In addition, we strongly support the inclusion of multi-tenant homes under the proposed bylaw, recognizing that those tenants are some of the city's most marginalized communities and the most vulnerable to displacement. On behalf of Right to Housing Toronto, I strongly encourage the committee to adopt this item and ensure that it moves ahead swiftly. To strengthen the proposed bylaw and implementation framework, I also encourage the committee to consider a few additions, many of which reflect what others have shared here today. First, to ensure a rights-based approach, tenant accommodation and compensation plans should include provisions that recognize a diverse range of tenant needs, including as it relates to neighborhood services and amenities like childcare, schools, healthcare, and employment, as well as family size, accessibility, cultural adequacy, and safety. For tenants that exercise their first right of refusal tenant accommodation plans should clearly outline the conditions for the tenant's return to that unit, including how much rent will be charged, how rents will be increased, access to amenities, and any necessary safety measures. Reflecting other comments that have been shared today, the city should ensure that tenants who are displaced due to emergency repairs or renovations have access to the same compensation, accommodation, and supports, and that landlords are held accountable for keeping those units in a state of good repair. To avoid landlord attempts to bypass the licensing system, the city should also explore opportunities to tie the building permit application process to the licensing system. The city could also advocate to the provincial government to coordinate this process with the issuance of M13 notices by the Landlord and Tenant Board for a more fulsome and integrated monitoring and accountability framework. And finally, above and beyond renovictions, the city should also explore opportunities to address and prevent other types of evictions, which could include developing and implementing a comprehensive rental housing licensing program similar to what municipalities in British Columbia have adopted, and recognizing the gaps in provincial legislation. Thank you so much for your time and consideration and your critical work moving this bylaw forward. We look forward to continuing to work with the city to advance the right to housing and are excited to see this bylaw move forward. Thank you.
Thanks for your deputation, Sarah. Do we have any questions to the deputant? Not seeing any, I will say thank you for your time. Up next, we have Caden Bodwin. I apologize, I've probably not said that correctly. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes to depute, and we'll start the clock when you're ready.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. As a young adult and Gen Z individual, I've noticed that a lot of Gen Z youth and young adults can't really talk about the housing crisis. It's a very anxious topic to talk about, as it's their future, a lot of worry. I've also noticed that depending on their spawn points of how they grew up, that they may have a different perception of what housing is and what affordability is. We also know that, I don't know if this is working, but we also know that from statistics.
If you put that on there, it'll turn on.
Okay. I don't know how that's lining up.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, so basically this is just outlining the statistics from the 1990s and 2021 of the, comparing basically of young adults who, single, or young adults who are still living with their parents. So as we know, on the left side, it's increased a bit, but on the right, it's increased a lot. So it's almost doubled. That means that the narrative is changing, and more people are still living with their parents instead of living independently away from home, which is causing a lot of people having kids later or not at all, because sometimes you want that free space. And that also shows that the narrative that a lot of the older generations have is not reflective to the youth today, because there's just more work we have to do, like learning technology, learning how to communicate, since we were kind of taught just to study. So our soft skills are a bit lacking in some areas. We also know that our brains developed in an age of technology and social media, which causes a different frequency among communication with older generations as well, which has been talked a lot about from a lot of psychiatrists who are focusing on how technologies are affecting our minds and mental state. I just want to say, as a young person who's trying to navigate the world, it's very difficult seeing people who are a lot older than me being renovicted, and I'm pretty sure that this bylaw will actually focus on on combating this kind of greedy entity that's basically using us, telling us to do more work, but that they're not doing the work themselves. Something else I noticed is that there's a lot of selective pressure where a landlord will be basically depending on the tenant who's there. So this is usually related to age, but also includes race, status, disability, sex, sexual orientation, gender, language, and place of origin, to basically have two different narratives for the tenants that are living there, and they usually focus on the ones who are easily to undermine. So this could be immigrants, this could be people who just don't work, this could be people who are lonely, so I see that as well. All in all, I was fed on the narrative as a child that within school that basically food, water, and shelter were the basic human survival needs to stay alive. These were not like aesthetic things or things that, we hope. We live in a first world country, we're part of the G7, so hoping that that what we were taught it seems a bit different now. We weren't taught that food, water, and shelter was placed behind a paywall controlled by a mafia-like entity. So that's something that I'm focusing on, because I'm pretty sure when people say shelter, they don't mean the shelter system. They mean housing, they mean healthy housing that's not refurbishing, but renovating properly. Because I noticed that when people get renovicted, it's a lot of refurbishing. Oh, we're just gonna make it look aesthetically pleasing. We'll repaint the walls, even though there's like an infestation within the wall itself. So it causes a blind eye to the actual health of the building, which takes more time and is more expensive. So there's some sort of inconsistency there as well. So that's pretty much my deputation, first one. So
Thanks very much for the deputation. Any questions for Caden? Not seeing any. Thanks for coming down today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Ryan. Ryan Endo, it's good to see you.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us today. Do you need your computer hooked up?
No, it's fine.
All right, 5 minutes, and thanks again for coming in. Turn it over to you.
Thank you. And thank you, committee. Pleasure to be here today. My name is Ryan Endo. I am a ACORN member. I'm also the chair of the Dawes Road Tenants Association. We're an association of tenants along the north end of Dawes Road in East York. More specifically, our membership is comprised of tenants located at 500, 506, 508, 510, 516, and 610 Dawes Road. Just to start, I think Councillor Fletcher needs to be acknowledged for the amount of work and time that she's put into getting this here to this committee, working collaboratively with Toronto ACORN and other community partners that have been working with us on this. Don Valley Community Legal Services that has spoke, the Federation of Metro Tenants Association, and most importantly, the tenants across not only Toronto and Hamilton, where this has already taken place, but tenants across the country. Toronto ACORN, as you're aware, has over 180,000 members, and we're really trying to change the standard as it relates to access to justice, as it relates to housing, and to bring some regularity and some order to a housing system. I mean, I can speak on Toronto. I think we all have been speaking on Toronto and can speak on Toronto, a system that's become very disorderly. I want to acknowledge also other people who have spoken, who are going to speak. There's one person who's going to speak towards the end of the list, who have expressed some concerns about the proposed Renovictions bylaw. And I guess in addressing that, I want to point out what's important about what's being done here today. The reason why there has been a push by residents in the city for a Renoviction bylaw is because there has been a misuse of the tools that are available to property owners, landlords at the Landlord-Tenant Board, specifically N13 notices and L2 applications. I can speak to these things as a paralegal, although I'm not practicing in residential tenancies law. I'm quite familiar with the Landlord-Tenant Board. I'm quite familiar with their processes, and there are a lot of deficiencies. There are a lot of problems at the Landlord-Tenant Board. One of the submissions that I read spoke to, jurisdiction, and that this is something that is already covered by the Residential Tenancies Act, not adequately. That's why we're here today. In my neighborhood, I think Carly from Don Valley Community Legal spoke to this. We have seen over the past 4 or 5 years, several waves of N13 applications made in bad faith. And in those applications, there was not any sort of substantial renovations that were needed that would warrant vacant possession. But this is just one of those tactics that's used by landlords in Toronto, and it's a prevailing issue in our city. And as housing becomes more and more financialized, and as we have less and less rental housing stock, the problem is becoming more and more amplified by these circumstances. So this will put a damper on things, certainly. And just to speak to the staff report, which was very well put together, and I got to review it over the last few days. Another important thing about this bylaw is that it ensures that there is a process, because when a tenant gets an N13 application, they've got no clue what to do. First and foremost, they may go to Clio, they may go and review the guidelines if they know how to look for the guidelines, but they're basically on their own looking for resources and educating themselves as they go. This proposed bylaw and the necessary amendments and the procedures that are going to come out of this are going to basically ensure that landlords engage tenants in an honest process, that tenants are engaged as to what their rights are, and that there is continuity in terms of the flow of information between the city and tenants. The information is accessible so that they know when they can go back and that they're treated fairly. And I could speak to more things. I know that I'm running out of time, but it's important that we have housing stability, because if we don't have housing stability in the city, then there are all sorts of deleterious effects, including health and safety and crime and a slew of other things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, August. Are there any questions for August? No, seeing none. Oh, Ryan, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Ryan.
No problem.
Yeah. No, I'm getting ahead of myself. Next is August. Is August with us? Hi, welcome.
Hi. Hello. Thank you all for having me here today. My name is August Pernot, and I live in Ward 15, Don Valley West. I'm a renter living in that ward, and I live with 2 other roommates. I support the Renovictions bylaw proposed in this report. I am a queer young person living with a low income. Last summer, I moved out of my parents' home to live on my own, something that's really hard for people in Gen Z to do. But it wasn't because of my choice. I moved out because I feared physical and psychological abuse from my family. See, I am a trans person. I fear transphobia and hate from my family. It is normalized in my family, and it is normalized a lot in the culture that I'm from. I did not think that I could have lived this long if I hadn't moved out of that situation, because gender-based violence is a real issue in this city and country, really. And this really isn't an uncommon experience for LGBTQ plus youth here in Toronto or even the rest of the world. So my best friend and I, we applied to dozens of rentals last summer, and we eventually landed our first apartment, thankfully. I'm in a better place now. I love my job. I love the people that I live with. They are the family that I have that I never really had growing up. But I'm still scared because I spend just over 50% of my income on rent. After groceries, TTC, bills, and other unexpected costs that inevitably pop up when you're living on your own, I struggle to save money. And I'm scared. I live in an old brownstone building. It's very old. The elevator looks like the kind you see in the movies that has those golden bars that slide open very slowly. It's broken down half the time. Our apartment, it has many issues often happening with the plumbing. So it's not great. And I've seen my neighbor get renovicted. Once again, I fear that I won't have a safe home for very long yet again, and that myself and the people I live with are possibly next, but I don't know when that could happen. Landlords really only have one interest. It's to make money, even if it uproots people's lives. Money comes first, and providing housing is second for landlords. So the possibility of renoviction feels like a ticking time bomb for me, especially in our incredibly old apartment. And it feels, in a similar way, it feels like a ticking time bomb in the way that I live with my family, and I had to leave. If I get renovicted, I don't have a family I can go back home to. I have only 2 months' worth of rent savings, so I would most likely become unhoused. Would I have a future in the city that I do enjoy living in, even though it becomes increasingly unaffordable to live here? Or would I have a future even in my life? So I really am precariously housed, and it's hard to see a future in the city without protections for renters like me. And there's thousands of youth like me, and tens of thousands of precariously housed Torontonians. And they're young, they're old, they're from all backgrounds, they're also facing disabilities. And we deserve protection from renovictions, from the greed of landlords. We deserve support. That's why I urge city councilors to vote yes on this anti-renoviction bylaw, yes to renoviction licenses and building permits, yes to temporary accommodations and rent gap payments, yes to compensation and compensation of moving costs if someone like me has to move out. This really is voting yes to supporting young people like myself in housing, a stable, safer future in this city. Vote yes to protect the livelihoods of all those in precarious housing, those who rent, and no more bad faith renovictions. Because for a lot of us, a bad faith renoviction could be the only thing stopping us from our lives being completely ruined. So thank you for your work with this bylaw. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. August, are there any questions for August? No, seeing none, thanks so much. Next, I have Rebecca Olson. Good morning, Rebecca.
Good morning, councilors. I am here to express my support for the rental renovation license bylaw. My family and I rent our home in Toronto, and we vote. I am grateful to the planners at the city for drafting a bylaw that helps to maintain the availability of affordable rental housing in Toronto. I'm also grateful to advocates such as Acorn Canada and Don Valley Community Legal Services for their work to support tenants' rights, and all the other advocates who have appeared today. I would like to share with you a few facts that show this renoviction bylaw has the potential to make history in Toronto. And I learned of these while completing my PhD in geography at the University of Toronto. Since the 1960s, residential renovations have contributed to a decrease in the supply of affordable rental housing in Toronto. For over half a century, rental dwellings have been renovated to bring in higher rents or convert them to home ownership tenure. As a result, the dwellings can no longer accommodate tenants with modest incomes, and increasingly, they cannot accommodate tenants with middle-class incomes. In one study, it was found that 71% of affordable market units were lost in the area of the old city of Toronto, East York and York from 1991 to 2011 alone. So you indeed have an opportunity to make history and to make a difference by passing this rental renovation license bylaw. My family has a middle-class income, and yet there were some months when our income was not enough to live on after paying for childcare and rent. In those months, we relied on our savings and help from family, but not all my neighbors can do so. Some of my neighbors rely on their pensions, others depend on social assistance, Some of my neighbors have family overseas who rely on their remittances. I recall their faces as I implore you to pass this bylaw. The proposed bylaw will help to ease housing insecurity and homelessness by establishing legal protections for tenants to remain in their homes. This Renoviction bylaw is a necessary step in addressing the housing crisis in Toronto. I applaud the city for listening to tenants. I urge you to pass this bylaw. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Rebecca? No? Rebecca, thank you so much for that today. Next, I have Miguel. Miguel, are you with us?
Good morning.
Good morning, Miguel. Welcome. You know the deal here. Go ahead.
All right. Thanks for this bylaw that is going to be amended at committee, and hopefully it will be passed the City Council. As a long-time housing activist and poverty issues, I have seen the injustice of these demolitions and renovictions in the downtown east. I was one of those individuals who stood beside those evicted and living in the city parks and the encampments, and we saw how the city dealt with our poor members of the community with police violence at Lamport Stadium, at Trinity Bellwoods Park, other places in the city. So this is a good way to make peace with the community activism, the activists in Toronto, including myself. These changes has my full support, by the way. I agree with all the changes and agree to also that you had to tighten up the language so it's not being abused by characters that will go and request the province to make changes for their own benefit. And as a previous speaker said, there are good landlords in this city that deserve respect, but there are bad landlords and property owners like Kinset Capital, who is going to build housing at 230 Sherbourne Street. We don't know if this is going to be affordable housing at all. And I am a proud member of my community in Regent Park, and we want to see more RGI units being developed to accommodate the needs in this housing crisis. So, city councilors, please vote yes, make the necessary amendments. And I just want to give you a warning that if the next provincial election, Doug Ford remains in power, I am not sure if we will be able to survive. You know, he's been meddling with the city since 2018. We have to ensure that the next province premier gets elected will be welcoming to help us to deal with this housing crisis. Thank you so much for listening to me, and please approve this. That will help a lot of residents of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Miguel? No, seeing none. Members, as I mentioned before, we need to break today at noon. So we're going to be breaking from noon until 1 o'clock. Please be back at 1 o'clock. There are a couple more deputants on this item, and I'm sure there'll be some questions and motions. So we'll stand this one down until 1 o'clock. Councillor Bradford, you had an item that we could release?
Yep, quick release on that new agenda item, building more missing middle, addressing the gaps in multiplex permissions.
Yeah, so this is building more missing middle, addressing gaps in multiplex permissions. I assume no one needs to speak to this, so all those in favor of adopting the item, opposed if any, that carries. Members, I'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Could members of the Planning and Housing Committee please come to Committee Room 1? Councillors Candevel and Myers, I see you're online, but I need your camera turned on so that we can confirm quorum. There we go. Thank you. All right. Call the meeting back to order. When we broke for lunch, we were considering item PH 16.4, which is the Renoviction bylaw. We had two more deputants listed. First is Daryl Chong. Hi, Daryl.
I enjoyed spending our lunch break together, so thanks. Hello again. Good afternoon, committee members. I'm Daryl with the Greater Toronto Apartment Association. We represent the owners and managers of more than 150,000 units in purpose-built rental multifamily buildings. We understand the intent of the proposed renovation license bylaw, but we believe that this matter is properly governed by the province via the RTA and administered by the LTB. The LTB already has a form, a T5 form. It's called Landlord Gave a Notice of Termination in Bad Faith, and it has an in-place process to adjudicate situations where a tenant believes they're subject to an illegitimate eviction. During our discussions and consultations with the city, it was good to hear that apartment owners don't do this. I did ask a bunch of members that own and manage over, $50,000. I said, have you ever done an N13? And they all said, no, never done one, probably would never do one. I did get examples of, once or twice I had to ask somebody to move for a month to run a piece of infrastructure through their unit. And I just coordinated that with a vacancy on the same floor if possible in a unit of similar size, helped them move, did the work because it was going to be too intrusive and dusty, and then put them back, happy. So there are ways to do things better. Today's report says it's going to address, the goal is to address misuse and balance it with legitimate need. Agreed. We don't condone bad faith operators. We don't defend them. Toronto's primary rental stock is aging. More than 80% of it was built before 1980, 45, 50 years old now. And there's been chronic underproduction. So we need new supply. As these buildings continue to age, there's going to be more need to do capital work. Hopefully we can do this with residents living in place. Some of the zero emission stuff where we have to decarbonize will be a challenge with fully occupied units. Quite simply, there aren't enough empty units anywhere to move whole floors of people for a few months. So we're going to have to sort of balance doing all the things we need to do in terms of modifying 40, 50, 60, 80-year-old buildings to become zero carbon, right? And a lot of that has to do with what's available behind the walls. The buildings weren't built with that much electricity capacity. The buildings actually don't even have a feed from Toronto Hydro to supply more than they currently have. So there's lots of challenges, but we get what you're trying to do. We do believe that plentiful new supply is the solution to most, if not all, of the city's housing issues. It was great to hear the mayor's announcement today at lunch and to see a bunch of you there. Looking forward to reading the whole report that goes to executive next week and see where this takes us. It's definitely a step in the right direction. But just to close, apartment owners and managers do not evict illegitimately. We don't operate in bad faith, and we genuinely want to build new housing. Thank you for your time.
I just have a couple questions for you. So you've heard the deputies here today, and you're aware there are, not necessarily any of your members, but there are bad faith actors out there who are issuing N13s for work that doesn't need vacant possession. You're aware of that, right?
I heard some of the deputies. I've read a lot of media stories. I know every story has two sides. But the LTB is the adjudicator that's properly in place to vet both sides. So as much as I don't dispute what they're saying, I'm not saying they're not telling the truth, but there are two sides. So it's hard for me to comment on individual experiences without hearing the other side.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just careful. I know we spoke with this earlier, but in general, the larger landlords don't engage in that. It's a whole building, but we are looking at smaller buildings, maybe 25, 20, 11, smaller number. And you may not be as familiar with those and those processes.
Yeah, so the Greater Toronto Apartment Association is exclusively apartment buildings. I think our smallest members have a few hundred units.
Right, so.
I'm not that familiar with the.
So you're not maybe familiar with this practice that seems to be very much in vogue in the smaller buildings, which aren't members of the association.
And from my discussions with staff and the facilitators that held the consultations, I think they said there were a few hundred L2s each year, which is, still too many, obviously, but a few hundred in a universe of 500,000 rental units in Toronto is a really small number. But of course, anything more than one is too many.
And you might just go unreported, be told to move for different reasons.
Yeah, so I think that's possible. So
Yes,
you get a
that's
form and you look at it as a tenant and you say, you know what, I'm just going to leave.
That's correct, yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Daryl, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
The final deputant I have is Judith Buckle. Judith? Oh. Alejandra, I see you're here now. We called your name earlier and you weren't here, so we can have, you're good? Okay. That being the case, that completes the list of deputations that I have. We'll go to questions of staff. Does anyone have questions of staff? Councillor Nunziata.
Not really, I'll just speak, thanks.
So to staff, who am I speaking to? Okay, there. So when a landlord applies for a permit for renovations, you have a checklist, right, that they have to check off on how extensive the renovations are, and if they're doing renovations for all the buildings, is there a checklist on to the landlord on what their future plan is as far as tenants?
So through the chair, I'm just seeking some clarification, Councillor. Are we referring to when an individual makes an application for a building permit?
Yeah.
So when an individual makes an application for a building permit, there is a checklist in terms of what information needs to be provided and needs to be satisfied for the purposes of confirming compliance with the Building Code and Building Code Act and applicable laws.
Part of that checklist isn't from the landlord on what their future plans are for the tenants that live in the building?
Under the Building Code Act, through the chair, sorry, under the Building Code Act, that is not a requirement currently.
That's not a requirement. No. So landlord doesn't have to tell the city is that, oh, I'm going to evict all the tenants in the building with this permit. They don't advise you at all on what their plan is?
You're 100% correct. That is not a requirement currently under the Building Code Act. What applicants need to provide currently is a provincially mandated application form, drawings, and other supporting documents to confirm the technical requirements of the building code, as well as such things as applicable laws such as site plan approval, zoning compliance, etc. But the RTA is not an applicable law under the Building Code Act, and therefore we have no authority to ask for such information as you've asked.
But if they're applying for extensive renovations to the building, shouldn't we ask the question, what is your long-term plan for the tenants that live in the building? We under the building code, we can ask those questions. Is that what you're saying?
To the chair, that is correct. Under the building code, we do not have authority to ask for it.
Okay, so then how do we protect these tenants then if we don't know what the plan is for the landlord?
So one point to note is that under the Renoviction bylaw, and this is a gap that currently exists within legislation, under the proposed bylaw, we will have the ability to ask for such information. It's just that authority currently does not exist.
So I'm sorry, there seems to be people talking, I can't hear you. So with the new bylaw, then, I don't know, I'm really having problems hearing.
Bradford, if we could just keep it down a little? Sure.
Under the new bylaw to the staff, then when a landlord applies for that new bylaw, then they will tell you that they're going to give N13s to tenants?
Under the bylaw, so there is a procedure that will be established, and part of that will require.
Can you just speak into the mic, because it's hard to hear you.
No
Sorry.
worries. Is that better?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Under the bylaw,
Yeah.
landlords will need to provide information with respect to landlord in terms of what they are doing with tenants. So give you a little further information on this. What is being proposed is that the bylaw, the enforcement of the bylaw and administration of the bylaw is integrated with the building permit process. So at time of building permit application, landlords will be in touch with staff. Staff will be able to review the information as to what is being provided. Is this for residential buildings or not? Where that's the case, staff will have the ability to inquire further, obtain the necessary information from tenants to ensure that, one, landlords are educated on the renovation bylaw and also obtain the necessary information upfront.
Through the chair, if I could add, it also requires a professional opinion on vacant possession, and that would be part of the submission to the building officials, that documentation. So that would begin to legitimize whether vacant possession was actually required or not.
So, but what do we do with landlords that when they apply for a building permit and they're not honest? Am I over my time?
No, I know it's unusual, but I know the answer to your question. Do you mind if I give it?
Because landlords could not tell the truth, as we know.
If I could?
Okay.
So I think where we're struggling, the building permit is governed by one law. And in that law, it says we can't ask for this other stuff. So what we're saying is we'll create something under the City of Toronto Act requiring a license. The building permit still goes through the way that it always had gone through, but we're creating a different legislative power under the City of Toronto Act to ask them for a license. And that's where we can put all the machinery of this bylaw into effect. Okay?
Yeah, but that's if the landlord is honest when they apply on the information they give to the city, right?
If I may, Chair?
The chair, if I can just take that question. In terms of the requirements that the landlord will need to submit as part of that license application, as Councillor Perks and Deputy City Manager have advised. The report from a professional that will be required to accompany the application will be reviewed by staff. The other thing is, we're not just accepting a report from anyone. A report that needs to be submitted is from an individual that is licensed through the Professional Engineers Act or the Architects Act, and there are regulatory bodies that govern those individuals, where information after being reviewed, if it shows that the information is false or lacks credibility, there are avenues for the city to pursue. But there is rigor, is really what I mean to say, is that there will be rigor into the review of those letters.
Through the chair, if I could add one more component, that this is a partnership approach with the Housing Secretariat as well, so tenants will also be made aware of their rights. And so through that education and that education first approach, so it will not only be the compliance through the Chief Building Official's office, but the knowledge to tenants through the Housing Secretariat's efforts as well.
Okay, next I had Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, I just wonder if I can turn my attention to sort of the FTEs. The report says 14, and 6 of which will be inspectors. 8 would be personnel doing what?
Administrative work, which means all the way from accepting an application to educating to actually processing that application, performing the rigor of review that's necessary to process a license.
So an individual would not be able to do this online. It's going to be physically taking an application and then keying in information. So we would not be utilizing technology to enhance or assist us as part of this process?
Through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. That's a great question. We are in the process already of developing a portal. Certain application types are currently accepted by the division through a portal system. We're looking at enhancing that portal, and should council approve this bylaw, this will be one of those applications that will be included within that portal to leverage the efficiencies of technology.
Right. So the numbers I'm looking at here, so you have 2 component parts of numbers. You have half year and then full year. The $938,000 and then the 1.9 million, is that the full year expenditure and a half year expenditure associated with that? Additionally, the $380,000, is that part of the licensing fee to be realized in 2025?
For 2025, it is a half-year implication. For 2026, that's the full-year impact.
Okay. So help me to understand the implication and the impact of 311 vis-a-vis you've got 14 new individuals coming through, 6 of which are inspectors for the entire city, 8 are going to be utilized internally and so on. We have other bylaw enforcement officers and inspectors in buildings. Are they part of the total, and what is that total sum of individuals associated with the enforcement?
So currently, the inspectors currently that are there are enforcing the Building Code Act. This is a net new program for the city. But we are trying to leverage, we're very, very conservative with the numbers that are coming forward. We are trying to leverage overlap of responsibilities where they exist and where we can, such as on the application intake process, even on inspection side as well. But we are trying to leverage where, the use of existing resources where physically possible. But we're also going through the right sizing of our organization to enforce the building code as well.
So help me to understand in terms of the actual adjudicational aspect of this. So somebody is charged in violation of our policy. Do we take them to divisional court? Do we take them to Markham Road as part of our process? How does that actually work? And then the other part of my question is, once that process is taking place, if a landlord decides to delay for whatever reasons, what are the authority as part of this policy to gain more advantages for those displaced tenants?
So with any enforcement action, it's always an education-first approach. And that is, you know, a strategy we will continue to undertake, is really educating landlords of their responsibilities. Where further progressive enforcement actions need to be taken, the bylaw permits for issuance of tickets up to fines of $1,000. Where that doesn't work, there's other progressive elements in the bylaw that allow you to prosecute. The fines leverage through that are determined in the court of law through a judge. And in the interim, with respect to the accommodation plan, the bylaw requires that the accommodation plan remain in effect for the duration of the work. And the bylaw provides provisions to ensure that that mechanism is upheld.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other members with questions? No, seeing none. Oh, sorry. Your camera was off. I didn't see you.
Sorry about that. Thank you,
Councillor
Chair
Candeval.
Perks. Just, let me know if there's any audio issues, because I think I had challenges previously. 2 questions. Moment. In regard to feedback as this bylaw unfolds, do we have a mechanism to gather feedback and data from tenants and landlords once it's in effect?
Through the chair, Councillor, the bylaw provides for collection of data. As as we've discussed in previous conversations, currently the data is staggered. It's not available in the context that as much data as we would have otherwise liked. But the bylaw provides for a collection of data, whether it's on the front of number of N13s issued, number evictions issued in Toronto, etc. It really does enhance our ability to collect that information where none exists right now, or it's limited.
Is there room for qualitative feedback?
Could you elaborate on that, please?
I think it may be valuable to have a collection of experiences and challenges, if any, from both landlords and tenants to be able to improve the future of the bylaw?
I'm going to refer this to the Housing Secretary.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. In terms of feedback from tenants, it's very important to us that many of our programs and policies, we continue to get feedback from tenants. We will have an ongoing tenant advisory committee, which staff work with. We also have our recently set up Housing as a Human Rights Committee. And we've been able to collect feedback on this proposed bylaw from various places, and we'll continue to do that so that we can hear how it's working, we can iron out and potentially report back to council with any tweaks or changes that are needed.
Thank you, and I think those are important spaces to collect feedback. However, not everyone chooses to participate in that formalized structure. Is there value from staff to proactively or reactively to get feedback from those who actually have gone through quote-unquote renoviction?
Through the Speaker, Councillor, much of the support that we'll be providing is also directing tenants to the support programs that the city funds. So Those stakeholders are the legal clinics that we fund, et cetera, are important sources of information for us, and many of them will be supporting tenants, currently are supporting tenants going through renovictions, and will be continuing to do that. So we will be able to get really good qualitative data from our partners on the ground.
Thank you. Previously, and sorry to interrupt, but just be cognizant of time, there was a speaker who spoke to a potential loophole that exists in the current, in what is before us. In relation to that, are staff supportive of the removal of that loophole?
Through the chair, Councillor, yes, staff are supportive of removing that.
Okay, thank you. And last question, as Hamilton proceeds this January, I would imagine there is inter-municipal cooperation to learn from Hamilton. Can staff confirm that we have that structure set up for early 25?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question through the chair. I can advise that staff have already developed a working group. Even in the development of this bylaw, staff were fully engaged, not just with City of Hamilton, but other municipalities as well, who are going through a similar journey.
Thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions of staff? Seeing none, to speak, I have Councillor Fletcher, then Councillor Matlow, then Councillor Nunziata. Are there any others? No? Let's dive in then. Oh, I see a Councillor Canada. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And I just want to say that I'm going to have to zoom out to another meeting. I'm really sorry I won't be here to see this very historic vote, but I won't be. But I just want to say I've had quite a bit of experience with N13s and Renovictions, with the first one on Langley, where the neighbors all poured out and had little signs on their lawn to stop the eviction of our neighbors, because in these apartment buildings, people have neighbors. I will also say that many of them are smaller buildings. I was happy to hear Mr. Chong talk about that and agree with me that the smaller landlords are selling at times, and then the new owners are looking for an investment and to increase the rent. I think the point that was made by Councillor Candeval about understanding what happened to tenants who have gone through a renoviction and what would have helped them is an important one. So we still need to capture that if it's not completely captured. So just a little bit of history. This is a very big tent issue, and it has a tremendous amount of support. But in 2018, I think, or 19, we set up a subcommittee from Planning and Housing that I chaired, members being Councillor Bradford and Councillor Perks, that advanced this in the community. We had quite a number of people come to speak. There was a tenant advisory committee. We got pretty far down the road, and then somehow we got stuck in, I think staff said, well, we really can't do that. We don't know how to do that. So it's been left to 2022 or 2023, when Hamilton figured out how to untie that Gordian knot using the building permit. And we always knew the building permit process was the most important thing, because if you need a vacant possession, you are actually now doing a pretty major renovation there. That is a structural renovation, not new cupboards, not a new toilet, not a new floor, but something that you actually require it to be vacant. And I think if we go back, we won't do that now, but we have some time between now and July to look at how some of these happen. So I just really want to give a big shout out to Hamilton for leading on this, to Acorn and Hamilton for leading on this, and to Councillor Narinder Nan, who was the champion in Hamilton for this renovictions bylaw, that we came here, 4 of us signed a letter and said, could you please create a bylaw that mirrors the one in Hamilton, because we'd gotten pretty close before and we didn't quite get it over the finish line. So that was Councillors Nunziata, Candeval, and Councillor Cole and myself that have a letter here to say, please come in with this. And our staff moved so quickly on this, and even moved even quicker about the implementation, because of course, we just had an announcement earlier. The mayor made an announcement about building housing, And those of us who are watching this, we realize that sometimes we think we can't build affordable housing as fast as we lose affordable housing through renovictions, because these are truly affordable apartments. And I know that Councillor Nunziata is facing one of these in her own ward, and I'm sure she'll speak about that. So I really want to thank the councillors from each part of the city that said, yes, important, let's make this happen, and got taken up very, very quickly by city staff. So thank you, DCM Sharma and all of those who work under you for bringing this today, making it happen very quickly, and especially to you, Mr. Gobna, as the chief building official. I also want to note that the consultation around this was outstanding. I think there was 1,400 or 1,500 tenants. We don't get that kind of input usually, so it was very big in all the ways it was done, and we should do that more often with this style. So thank you very much. I think that Ms. Bond brought that to the table for that. And also to just thank my staff who've been on this day in and day out to get that here. But the biggest thanks going to the community and all the tenant advocates that have labored for years to protect tenants, because again, I'll just go back to say, it's very hard to build new units. And I know that from trying to build them. And affordable units, we can't even get them the affordability level to the level that it is in an affordable apartment under rent control, where people are being evicted out of those. So this is a very big milestone for the City of Toronto. And when staff gave me my briefing, they said, we're trying to get other cities to do this too. So thank you for all the leadership. I support the motions from Councillors Matlow and Councillor Nunziata, and definitely this bylaw. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And with that, I'll excuse myself.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion that deletes the item that was referred to by Carly Wilson earlier from the Don Valley Community Legal Services, which neither would help tenants to access the benefits of the bylaw, nor would help the landlords themselves. So I hope that you'll support removing it, and I appreciate Carly's I thought very articulate and very helpful deputation to help us understand why that loophole needed to be addressed, and I appreciate staff's understanding and recognition for why it has to as well. I want to begin by thanking Councillor Fletcher for her leadership on this. Yes, no, and well-deserved. You know, there's so many challenges we face in our city, and certainly when it comes to both affordable housing and tenants' rights. And once in a while, it takes somebody to put up their hand and drive an initiative. And in Councillor Fletcher's case, when I say drive, I mean like if there's like a brick wall, she'll drive through, and if there's a mountain, she'll drive up. And she won't allow anything or anyone to get in her way until she gets the results that she's determined to achieve. But it's not about her achieving it, it's about achieving something for the tenants who she's advocating for in this case. And I just really want to express my personal and professional gratitude to Paula's determination to get this done and finding an answer which she found in Hamilton. And I really appreciate the style of leadership that she provided, where she worked with so many of us. The work that I'm doing today, for example, is being part of her team to achieve this goal, and I really appreciate what she's done. I also want to acknowledge Acorn. You guys just over and over again put a spotlight into the darkness and rally the troops on the ground and remind politicians to be their best selves, and when they're not, that you will help choose somebody else to take their spot if they don't. You're good at it, and keep it up and keep going. There are so many countless thousands of renters in the city that don't know that they have a voice or don't know where to bring that voice, and you go and you collect that voice and you bring it to the halls of power, and what a good job you do, and I really appreciate the work you do. There's just, as Carly said earlier, like there are good landlords, and this should not be some debate over like, are landlords good or bad? There are a lot of good people who are landlords. But unfortunately, there are some landlords who don't recognize that the building that they own is not just a business or a place to get revenue from. It's a collection of homes, it's people, it's families, it's people who want to live in healthy and safe places, people who want to be able to afford to remain in their communities, and people who should not have a landlord fraudulently suggest that they've got to do some major renovations that don't actually help the lives of the residents in that building, but sure helps the landlord get rid of them so that they can up the rent. That's what it's about. And there's a lot of other fraudulent behavior, including fraudulent use of landlord-owned use and other tactics that the worst landlords in our city use to essentially just get more money out of somebody's home and displace them from their own community. And that is so fundamentally wrong. So I'm just really proud that this council is doing what it can to support tenants in our city. Roughly 50% of Torontonians are renters. And I think it's so shameful that we need to do this work on the ground because we don't have a provincial government who gives a damn, who cares at all about the people who we're trying to represent today. And wouldn't it be so much easier if we had a provincial government that would just enact laws that made sure that renters had rights and have rights that are protected? And that's the big picture result that we need to achieve in the future. But today, we're doing our part, and I'm really delighted to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? Seeing none, Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, thank you. And I do have a motion to direct the Deputy City Manager, Development and Growth to report directly to the November 13, 2024 meeting of City Council on any interim measures and associated resources to protect tenants and prevent renovictions before the bylaw comes into force. So that's my amendment. And I just want, first of all, I want to thank staff for coming forward with this bylaw. I know that, as Councillor Fletcher mentioned, and I was working with her as well when it came to planning and housing on getting that bylaw coming forward council from Hamilton. But what really disturbs me is that before the bylaw comes in place, we're going to have all these landlords coming forward and applying for building permits and evicting tenants. And that's going to happen before the July bylaw. And then at that point, until we hear from the tenants, we don't know that this is actually happening. So I'll give you an example. In my ward, and I met with city staff, and I've also met with Councillor Fletcher, one of my, somebody that works with one of the agencies contacted me and said, ran into a tenant that lives at 80 Guestville and she's being evicted. I says, oh, I didn't know. And so I contacted the tenant and I got all the information I needed. And in fact, all the tenants received N13 notices. And I pulled out the building permit that was granted to the landlord. And actually, the renovations that the landlord is doing is not extensive at all. It's the replacing toilets, cabinets, so there's no need for tenants to be evicted. So I got a copy of the N13 notice, and on the notice, in fact, it says, you know, we're going to offer tenants $6,000 if you move. Well, you know, they're hoping, the landlord is hoping these tenants would move so they could, you know, get new tenants in the building. So I do have a meeting next week, actually, with the tenants and city staff, and I have spoken to the Housing Secretariat as well in unison, because they're the legal organization in my ward, to meet with the tenants next week to explain to them what the rights are. They don't need to leave. Replacing a toilet or a cabinet what justifies that you have to evict all these tenants? And so, and it's absolutely correct, because a lot of tenants don't know what their rights are. And, but I also like to, and also on their notice, it doesn't even identify that these tenants can come back in once the renovation's been completed. But, they're just, if you replace a toilet, why do you have to evict a tenant, right? I mean, it takes a day. So I am meeting with the tenants next week. But I also want to say as well is that, and I appreciate Acorn being here and making deputations and being very active on this issue. But what I asked from Acorn as well is that, because I found out for this one for 80 Guestville, in fact, Acorn members went to these tenants prior for me finding out that in fact there was an issue with this building. And what I'm asking Acorn is that you need to work with the local councillor, and when you meet with tenants where there's an issue, like when they're being evicted, it's important that you work with the local councillor so we can help you and we can help the tenants rather than wait. And then, we're trying to put out fire at that point. So we should all be working together on this, and that's the only way we're going to protect tenants. And as I've mentioned, I am concerned that you're going to have a number of landlords are going to come forward evicting tenants and applying for building permits prior to the bylaw. So I hope we don't see a lot of that, but we really need to work together with Acorn, the community, and it's very important that if local councillors here that is happening in your ward, that you work with the tenants and you work with city staff. And I want to thank city staff for being at my, coming to my office last week and working with me and bringing forward the building permits, in fact, what they applied for, and also the housing secretariat. And I know you'll be attending my meeting next week. So thank you for that. And I will 100% in support of this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? Seeing none, next to speak is Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start with thanking staff. I want to express my gratitude for their hard work in developing this Renovictions bylaw since it was brought with the leadership of Councillor Fletcher earlier this year. So this culminates a critical milestone to protect tenants, and something we were aware of, that it's not just a housing, but really a housing affordability crisis. And this is one of the best actions we can take to preserve existing affordable stock. I think we're aware of the increase in N13s. I believe it's been around 300% over the last 5 years. And this data has been critical to how we address this, and part and parcel of that has been the leadership of Acorn. I want to thank them and other advocacy groups for their hard work and determination. Their vocal need has addressed this need. I'm proud to see this reflected. Since June, the committee and staff have worked to bring forward a Hamilton-style approach that is completely and thoroughly incorporated in this direction. And what central to this is accountability. And I think there's need to recognize some elements of progress by the provincial government in Bill 97, but it doesn't go far enough, not nearly to what we need to ensure landlords who do engage, and this is not all landlords, as Councillor Batlow rightfully pointed out. It's certain bad faith actors who we know and are aware of. Certainly, it was the case in my community in the last couple of years. We saw a number of these practices. So, a tenant rightfully captured it as a catch me if you can system. So going towards a strong oversight framework that ensures compliance is critical. And the fact that reporting landlords has shifted away from the tenant, and this is something we know many folks do not have the scope and privilege to be in that position. So this is a tremendous step, and as Councillor Fletcher noted, historic. This timeline gives us the opportunity through education, communication, to equip both tenants and landlords to navigate this in a safe manner. I want to thank my team, my constant team, all my members of my team who've been very helpful with this evolution, and particularly working directly with residents in my ward about their rights and helping protect against these renovictions. So that this experience just shows that the necessity for a thorough and robust communications plan. I'm looking forward. I think many of us are optimistic about the impact this will have on the rental landscape and preserving affordable housing stock. So looking forward for this to be passed and uphold the rights of tenants, keep renters in their homes, and fight the housing affordability crisis. Thank you, committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak? No? I'm going to say a couple things. First, I'm going to be supporting the motions that are in front of us and the item. And congratulations to everyone from Councillor Fletcher through to the committee members, through to the community of activism around this issue, Toronto City staff who've worked so hard on this. This is a really, really important moment in the history of the relationship between landlords and tenants in the city of Toronto. I just want to step back from, oh, look at that, we're getting dancing. Okay, I want to step back from that for a moment and just reflect on the fact that the city has to do this because we're effectively filling a gap. In law, the responsibility of protecting tenants' rights belongs to the province of Ontario, and yet they have failed miserably, miserably. I mean, you know, people talk about the landlord-tenant tribunal. I just call it the landlord tribunal because those are the only people they listen to there. And then you look at, you know, people say, well, this is already covered off in provincial legislation. Kinda, except when you find out there are only 6 inspectors for the whole Rental Tenancies Act. 6 in the province of Ontario. Like, huh? We're actually going to be putting more resources in than they do. The balance of rights has got so out of whack in the province of Ontario that municipalities like Toronto and Hamilton, and as I understand it, others are having to step forward to do the province's job. It's just one more symptom of a housing market that the province has increasingly designed to benefit people who have wealth and want to make more wealth off the people who actually do the living and working and playing in the city of Toronto. It's just broken. It's broken. And if the province is listening to us here today, I would say this is something that you need to step forward and fix province-wide as soon as possible. And I know you're busy and you've got a lot of other things to do there, but perhaps if you paid more attention to the issues that were actually in your jurisdiction, instead of the ones that are in ours, like say, I don't know, bike lanes, maybe we wouldn't have to do this work. It's just a fundamental failure. And like I said before, and I really want to underscore this, it's about a housing market that increasingly is designed to produce wealth and not homes. And we just have to stop that. We have to put an end to it. So thanks all who've been advocating on this. Let's get it done. Okay. We have a couple of amendments. Councillor Matlow's amendment, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Nunziata's amendment, all those in favor, opposed, carried. And given the gravity of this, I'd like a recorded vote on the item as amended. All those in favor, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Candaval, Councillor Myers, and Councillor Perkson, the chair. So that's unanimous. Congratulations and thank you. Shh, I don't want to have to call security. Shush, shush, shush. Okay. With that very exciting piece of work done, let us move back now. Well, you can, just don't let me hear you. Okay, we move back now to item 16.3, We have had a couple people registered to depute on the item. First is Colleen Bailey. Colleen, I understand you're online.
Yes, hello.
Hi, welcome. You've got 5 minutes to address the committee. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks so much. My name is Colleen Bailey. I'm a volunteer with More Neighbors Toronto, and I'm speaking in support of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. I most want to speak about the information that's in the report, particularly in attachment 16, and how it highlights that many aims in the official plan sometimes conflict with one another. For example, sometimes we want more homes to support growth.
Colleen, I'm not sure what's going on, but we're getting a very distorted audio track from you. Can you check that your setup is working properly?
Unplug my mic. Hello?
Colleen, what I'm going to suggest, we have another deputy and we'll go to them. In the meantime, I hope city staff and you can work out whatever the issue with your connection is. Sorry about that. The other deputy we have listed is Mark Richardson. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you. Councillors, I'm Mark Richardson, volunteer technical lead with Housing Now TO. We've been tracking affordable housing projects on city-owned lands for almost 6 years now. And I'm here today to talk to you about the Expanding Housing Options in Neighbourhoods EHON project in Beech's East York as part of the pilot program that Councillor Bradford started a few years ago. A particular site is at 72 Amroth Ave, which is a Green P parking lot at Danforth near Woodbine. Overall, within your big picture targets, we're looking to create 285,000 total new homes under the Housing Action Plan within the City of Toronto. You're also looking to create 65,000 of those under your new rent-controlled housing targets. So Toronto Parking Authority. Converting parking lots to new housing is something we've been talking about since our inception. We're very supportive of it. As Oliver Moore in the Globe said, city-owned parking lots that Toronto is looking at possible conversion into housing, many of them are in exactly the kinds of places where people want to live. The Danforth is an attractive place to live. We need to maximize the housing opportunities along the Danforth. The map there as well for some of the suburban councillors, just letting you know that most of these parking lots that are on the surplus list are not in your areas, so you don't need to worry. They're mostly downtown along transit lines. That's how the staff have helped to identify them and target them. This site itself is a really impressive sort of magic trick in a way. It's a weird shaped little TPA parking lot near a subway station. Create TO and super cool architects have been able to figure out a way to get 3 buildings into that site with a total of 34 units. You can see it's a weird T-shaped parking lot. Relatively low density. I'm not here to ask for more height and density, which is something I normally ask for. Here, this is fine. We just need to move it along as quickly as we can. And it is, 3 small buildings occupying that space. I think the main thing I'm here to say today is that these kinds of pilots for expanding housing options in neighborhoods need to be flexible, not prescriptive. We just went through a whole committee of adjustment process around 91 Barton. We managed to get 1 affordable housing unit into that out of 11 with Kahila through a philanthropic donation and working with the developer. We couldn't do anything with the city around incentives because there were no incentives for buildings that only had 11 units in them. So offering flexibility into those kinds of programs, not being prescriptive on unit counts and percentages of GFA that might work in large sites but don't work in small sites. And you're also going to need a lot of flexibility because right now we don't know who's going to be in government in Ottawa in 6 months and what kinds of housing programs are going to be available. So you're going to have to be able to tap dance a little bit as the funding programs that all rental housing, be it affordable or market rent, is dependent on different kinds of subsidies from different levels of government, different kinds of waivers, and you have no idea what those programs will be like in 12 months. And that's everything. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Let's see, is Colleen with us now?
Hello.
Hi, Colleen, you want to try again?
I'll give it a go. Yeah, I'm nervous to go after Mark now.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm a volunteer with More Neighbours Toronto, speaking in support of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. But I most want to talk about the information in the report, particularly attachment 16, and how it highlights that the aims in the official plan sometimes conflict with one another. So, for example, more homes to support growth, more space, more multi-bedroom units inside of the building. And on the other hand, limited height and difference from surrounding low-rise neighborhood character, which reduces interior space. So Chapter 1 of the official plan is titled Making Choices. And if housing is the city's top priority, then the choices that you make should lean toward rules that permit housing. But I'll highlight one example from this report on interior amenity space. So the city has a requirement for interior amenity space, even in buildings like this one that just contain 28 units, and if they're located in areas with public amenities. In the recent major streets item to permit townhomes and small apartments as of right, the interior space amenity requirement was examined, but it remains mandated for every small apartment on those streets. But here we see an acknowledgement that the interior amenity space does reduce living space when there are inflexible height and setback rules, and when we aim to limit impacts on neighborhoods. So here for 72 Amaroth, there was an alternative proposed for more exterior amenity space and no interior amenity space. And not only does that allow more space in the homes of future residents inside of the building, more 2- and 3-bedroom units, but it also allowed for trees to be preserved in the rear yard. And this gives space. So sometimes I think that rules are presented as a binary. We either have very prescriptive rules with the exact numbers that are required everywhere, or we have no rules. And we lose sight of the fact that the rules are in place to achieve particular outcomes. And I think that what we see here is that a more flexible system actually allows us to better meet more of the aims set out in the official plan. We've seen some of this from city planning already in the official plan amendment for multiplexes, where they allowed more flexibility for tree preservation. And I think it would be great to see more of that kind of thing in the future based on what is presented in this report. Having said all of that, this isn't a negative deputation. I'm really happy to have all of this information in one place from city staff to refer back to. I'll probably be doing that a lot, pointing at it in future public consultations or even at this committee. I think there are a number of important items that you already have in progress: 6-unit 4-story multiplex permissions, mid-rise performance standards, simplifying and removing some of the redundancies in the list of required studies, and that those are important ways to keep moving forward on housing. To have good community engagement, we need to give people good information about what things cost and where the trade-offs are. And that's what this report does. So thank you to all of the staff who worked on it, to Councillor Bradford who initiated it, and to this committee for supporting it and getting it to this stage.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Colleen? No, Colleen, thank you for sharing that with us today. That concludes the deputations. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much. Through you. The intention of the pilot project here was for city staff to learn some of the lessons about what it might be like to build missing middle in the city of Toronto. The report is great, and there's a lot of those lessons learned that have been highlighted in the key findings. I don't know if this is to Vic or city planning, but what were some of the takeaways that stood out to you?
Through the chair, the lessons I guess that I would highlight for you are, first of all, the fact that Toronto Green Standard is incorporated into this proposal, and as staff analyzed that, they found that that was a very financially feasible thing to do, particularly when looking at a 40-year kind of timeline, long-term ownership, so that even in a small project, Toronto Green Standard is feasible and should be incorporated. One of the applicants pointed out the challenges around reconciling a low-scale apartment building with all of the official plan policies and zoning bylaw requirements. I think it's well understood that our bylaws and policies haven't focused on permitting low-rise apartment buildings in all neighborhoods across the city. And I think as we do further work on EHON in the next few months, a work program is going to emerge around things that we might look at in that regard. I think the team found that the issue that's been flagged in the past around the challenge of creating two means of egress under the building code is real, and they want to continue to look for alternative solutions when they get to the building permit stage. Those are the ones I would highlight.
So, and similarly to Colleen's deputation, you'd acknowledge then that we have official plan policies and zoning bylaw policies that exist today that would make it difficult or a little bit more difficult to reconcile for small-scale apartment buildings with the neighborhood designation.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, maybe I'll go over to Vic at Creatio and I'd ask about the development review fees and how those, what type of impact do those have on missing middle development in these types of projects?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I mean, development fees in general are really an impediment, I think, to advancing a lot of these smaller scale projects. And so I think what we're learning is that those are fees that we need to take into consideration if we want to see more of this typology developed in the city. Okay, and that's noted in the report. Yeah. Right. In terms of affordability, maybe this is Housing Secretariat or maybe this is Creatio, what efforts have we made to secure affordability as part of this project?
Through the chair, Housing Secretariat staff have been working with Creatio staff on what does it look like on the financial side to include affordable housing. So there's been some scenarios, we've investigated that. The plan right now, so we were committed to doing it. The plan right now is to kind of go find a partner, be a nonprofit or a private sector partner to build this, see what they're able to do. Here back, I think we had flexibility and a kind of exploration was important. Once we have that information, we will then identify whether the city needs to add any additional subsidy in order to ensure the affordability, and if we need to do that, we will do that through a future budget process.
Is it reasonable to assume that on a project of 34 units, you know, of course you can do affordability, it's just a question of how much subsidy and who it's coming from?
Through the chair, I think that's accurate, but I think one of the main aspects of the pilot is to actually test and see what the private sector, nonprofit sector might be able to do, because if we heavily subsidize this, then it's not going to be a replicable project. And I think the goal here is to really trial something that may be easy to replicate across the city.
Agreed. Last question then maybe to you or Create. Today we have the official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment in front of us. Is it still possible to add the affordability component later once those pieces are approved?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. The intention is that once that the zoning is approved to take this to the Creatio board to present a business case and do that further financial analysis on what that looks like. And we expect to go to market with some affordability included, definitely.
Very good. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, seeing none. Anyone speak? No, speak.
I'll speak.
Go ahead.
Just a couple words on the approval here of this Beech's East York Missing Middle Demonstration Project. As noted, I think, by one of the deputants, this has been in the works since 2020, and I have had the opportunity to work with some really fantastic people at Creatio and City Planning. The Environment Division, David McMillan in the back there has been in on this, and super cool, who were the architects. And I do think it's worth noting, Vic and Nima, Alicia, Asha, Jason, again, David from Environment, all the people who have been involved in this, because this was a, really a pioneering effort, I think, from the City of Toronto to try something new with an effort to build out a model that can be replicated at scale across the city. And it really goes back to the sort of EHON initiative of expanding housing options in neighborhoods back in 2019. At the time, Mayor Tory had brought that forward, and I said, let's put up our hand here in Beech's East York in our community and take this on and see what it could look like. Since then, we set up a missing middle advisory group with industry experts, with builders, doing all the financial analysis on what this might look like. Because again, I just believe, as you guys know, it's so important to stand up programs and models that are financially viable. Because if they are not financially viable, they will never be built. And with all the housing supply challenges that we have in front of us, we need to come up with solutions that are actually implementable here in the city of Toronto. And I should acknowledge the folks on Amroth. You know, it's not necessarily always the case that when you bring a new housing project forward, and particularly city initiated, that everyone on the street is going to be, you know, standing up and cheering when that type of change comes forward. But I have to say that the residents of Amroth have really wrapped their arms around this. We've done meetings in the bottom of church basements on Danforth. Asha in particular, I don't think she's in the room right now, but stood up a new model of public consultation. We went door to door. We had those one-on-one resident conversations. We took down cell phone numbers. We called people back. We met on the porches. And a lot of work went into sort of addressing some of the concerns and intricacies around the Amroth context. And, you know, it's very easy for all of us to stand here and say, well, it was an underutilized parking lot. You know, it was actually costing the city money to operate it. And while that is true, there were very real concerns that needed to be addressed around traffic flow in and out of Amroth, which is, of course, busier than ever right now because it has a Value Village site immediately to the north. And so Value Village is never more busy than it is right now in the month of October. So you get a lot of traffic there. And the folks at Transportation helped us address some of those parking issues. And so tip of the cap to them as well. We got that resolved at TEYCC earlier this week. Mark Richardson and Colleen from Housing Now TO, they highlighted some of the pieces that we're learning from this, you know, amenity space requirements, parkland on these small scale projects, flexibility in funding models, not knowing or having a crystal ball of what the policy or financial environment is going to be like from other levels of government on a go forward basis. The city does need to be flexible. We do need to be flexible. We've seen it on our Housing Now sites, certainly Missing Middle pilot project. That flexibility is key if we want them to go forward. And, you know, the hiccups that we encountered along the way, whether that was with the building code or the zoning bylaw or with water or with electrical servicing, stormwater, transportation planning, finances, we went through all of that. And this is actually, frankly, one of the more interesting reports I've read lately because it talks about all of those challenges. And, you know, if the city is doing more of this space, or certainly anyone who's out there trying to build, these are the intricacies, these are the roadblocks, these are the things that applicants need to work through. So I want to thank staff for putting together a document of key learnings. That's valuable reading for anyone who's interested in this. And at the end of the day, we've got 34 new homes for people that, you know, want to be in Beech's, East York, Danforth, and Woodbine on an underutilized parking lot. We got to figure out the model to build it and what that looks like. But I'm proud of the engagement. I'm proud of the city staff for taking on something new, leaning into that space of innovation, which bureaucracy is not necessarily set up to do all the time. But we've done it here, and really committed to working with CREATE and the Housing Secretariat to land some affordability here at 72 Amroth. And just closing comments, thanks to the team for doing this, because it's been a journey, but it's been a lot of fun. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none, does anyone else want to speak? Nope. Okay. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. What does that take us to? That takes us to item 8, which is the McCleary District Precinct Plan Study. Councillor Fletcher had an interest in this, but I understand she had to go. Does anyone else have any questions or comments on this? No? Okay, so I'll just move the staff recommendation, which is to receive. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, next we have PH item 16.12. I don't have any deputants. Are there? This is the comments on proposed amendment to Ontario Regulation 29919. Any other questions? I have a couple of questions. To the acting chief planner. This is on item 1612. So I just want to make sure I've understood what's going on here. So the province of Ontario issued a regulation that was in theory supposed to affect garden suites and laneway suites, and you've signaled that there might be some unintended consequences here. Could you talk a little bit about what those unintended consequences are?
Certainly, and thank you. And to clarify, the province has proposed a regulation that's now receiving comments.
Receiving comments.
We've provided comments on that regulation, including some unintended consequences. So one unintended consequence is that garden suite permissions here in Toronto are recent. We've studied those thoroughly. We are continuing to monitor them, and there's a process underway where we can make good evidence-based recommendations back to council and any changes or adjustments that need to be made to those regulations, and that will be coming forward next year. Another unintended consequence is that the removal of requirements to limit FSI limits on garden suites, the way the regulation has been phrased, we think would unintentionally also remove FSI limits from the primary building on any lot as well.
In colloquial terms, then it looks like the province may have inadvertently made it easier to build monster homes.
That would be one way of phrasing it.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, so I'm going to move the staff recommendation, which is to forward this to council. And all those in favor, opposed, carried. And that brings us to item 13, which is a letter from Councillor Bradford. Councillor Bradford, do you want to? We added it to the agenda before lunch is what we did. Yeah. Do you have any questions? Nope.
Move the item.
Move the recommendations in your letter.
Right.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, carried. And that completes our business. Thank you very much, members, for accommodating the various changes in schedule today and getting through our work. And thanks, of course, always to the clerk staff and city staff for their excellent service to the public in the city of Toronto.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone. Bye now.